Hey, everybody, thanks for joining us. Deep dive on the mechanisms of the three brains. Okay, so I think what we'll do is we'll go through and we'll have our experiences and we'll talk about the logical mind and the intuitive mind a little bit more in depth, and also like why should we be working the three brains. But first, let's have some experiences so we have something to draw upon. If you bottom lined it, the intuitive mind is how we learn, it's how we grow. It's how we adjust and adapt to new situations and step out of the box. It's how we heal. It's how we make a spiritual connection. It also is, um, it's quick. Like your ability to process information and make quick judgments, adjust and adapt, innovate, whatever that might be, is tied more to the intuitive mind. You learn some new action, new behavior, new way of doing things. That's actually tied to the intuitive mind. Now, we're not trying to do an either or, we're trying to use the right part of the mind at the right time, right? So the logical mind is always dealing with the past. It's dealing with pieces of information, past experiences, things you've memorized, things you've heard, things that people have told you. And its primary drive is synthesis. So it's always drawing on things from the past, your past experiences. And when it processes information or it comes up with a plan, it does it actually very slowly. It comes up with a plan and then it needs to kind of test the plan. Like it doesn't make decisions quickly. It makes decisions actually relatively slowly because it's working out its hypothesis, right? So here's an example. Say you have a bad experience with somebody in your family. Let's call him Uncle Bob, right? So you have a bad experience and he says something to you and he I don't know, he tells you a lie, right? So 6 months goes down the line and you're still a little bit upset about it, and there's some other interaction um, that he does, and you're like, but he lied about this, like something different. He lied about this, he lied about that, he's doing these things, he lied about, where the intuitive mind sees that he's a liar and knows, um, yeah, don't trust Uncle Bob, he's a liar. Where the logical mind is still processing and trying to validate that he lies or is a liar. Does that make sense? Like, so sometimes something might get a little bit upsetting, like somebody does something in your family at work, and then you keep like building the case or building the facts of like, okay, they did this, they lied, they did this, they're not competent, whatever it might be. And you keep going, like, here's another situation where they're not, you know, they've lied or they've done something wrong or they're not competent, whatever it might be. You're still in the intuitive, or excuse me, you're still in the logical mind. You're not going to resolve that because you're building the case of what it is or what it was, right? You're not really looking to move past it. You're looking to verify the information. So when we come to difficulties from the place of logic, a lot of times we're just trying to validate, this is difficult, this is hard, this is overwhelming, this is not comfortable, I don't like this, it's not working, it's causing a problem. Where the intuitive mind goes, okay, what are we going to do? Okay, we did this before, let's not do that again. It takes in a bunch of information and then it adjusts and adapts. Even if it makes a wrong decision, it adjusts itself out of the wrong decision, right? Now, the thing that the logical mind is very good for is maintaining things that have been already established. You have a certain order in your life. You got a certain order in your finances. You got to balance your checkbook. You got to go to the store. You got to, do all the things of normal everyday life. This is where the logical mind works really super well. It's very good at maintaining all these things. A new idea comes in, intuition experiences it, begins doing it because it can take action very quickly. And after a while, we begin to have experience. We begin to be able to draw on a past experience. Then the logical mind can take hold of that and maintain it. But it's not good at creating new ideas. It's not good at problem solving, right? It's always looking to the past, right? We'll be talking about it more, but again, lots of reasons why to be tapping into intuition or the intuitive mind, or what we would call active clairvoyance. Psychological healing, it accelerates physical healing, it deepens and accelerates spiritual practice, and helps you to live a life that's cage free, if you know what I mean. Right? So, right off the bat, we're going to do a thing where we just experience the different centers, right? So here, just by going through and doing this, it purifies the centers and it releases negative attachments. Depending on where you're working, like if we're working the sex chakra, which is the root brain, it's the instinctive part of our mind or our responses, right? Instinct means it's not being processed by the emotions or the mind. You're just reacting. So it's an automatic behavior, or it's an automatic thought process, right? And so this is how we interact with the environment. This is how we interact a lot of times with other people, is through instinctive responses, right? Whenever you get triggered or whenever you feel stress, even when you feel pain, part of what you're feeling is a instinctive response to this stimuli, right? And so this is tied to the root brain or to the sex chakra, right? Remember that root brain does not mean root center or root chakra. It's the root brain. Right? So in Kabbalistic teachings, the sex chakra is the lowest chakra associated with the emotional body, with the emotions, right? So then you have the front solar plexus. So this is tied more to feelings. Like you will get a emotion that's stimulated and then it gets processed and it turns into a feeling, right? And so this is tied to the solar plexus. And you could say also with the solar plexus, it's tied to your ability to either be drawn to or turn away from the light, right? So your ability to be a vessel of light, your ability to turn to the light, which the light can also mean divine intelligence, evolutionary process, your ability to tap into, it's not higher creativity, but it's your ability to tap into higher creativity. So that would be the solar plexus. And then the brain is the mental components. And the brain is really like our thought processes are the endocrine system functioning through the nervous system, right? And as we get this regulated, more of the mind with a big M kind of starts to come in, and we start to have other faculties that come in the mental body. The brain itself acts more as like a filter than anything. But anyway, this would be your thoughts, your repetitive thoughts, like your cognitive processing. So with all that, now we've done different things in some of the different classes. This is kind of going to be the base for working with the three brains as we move forward. Sometimes we were just getting used to it, or we're activating things. Now we're working them the way that we would want to work them. Not that we haven't been working them before, but we're getting a little bit more specific, right? So here we're just going to experience the centers. And so again, this releases negative attachments, and attachments are not necessarily cords. Attachments can be like these little agendas that can turn into things that motivate us to act and behave, take action in our lives, be it that it's good or bad. Usually an attachment is associated with something kind of negative, that it pulls you away from your morals or your values, or pulls you from your path, or pulls you from who you are, or puts you in a more reactive place. So anyway. So you're going to pull out some sort of fur or some sort of frankincense. So some sort of fur or some sort of frankincense. And before we get rolling, just check in to see how you feel. Check in with your body, your emotions, your mind. Check in with an active situation, something that you're interacting with, just so you can see how it impacts these situations. I think we've been talking about over the last several weeks about how external situations or past situations cause a lot of our agitation or anxiety. And this is due to our connection or our reaction to these things in the past, or things that are current, but it's not necessarily like in your body or right. So now let everything go, because we're not really working those things. We're just checking in to see how we feel, right? To measure. So you have your fur or your frankincense, and let's start sitting with the sex chakra. Your awareness is on the sex chakra, where the sex organs are. And you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Okay, and then just be still. Notice how that's starting to make you feel. Let's still do that same center, the sex chakra, which is the root brain. Take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause. Yeah, I want to do something a little interesting. We want to do a process, but we also want to have understanding of what's happening. So you've just done a couple inhalations. We haven't gone and done anything crazy. We've just done a couple rounds, right? We checked in with how we felt, how we thought, our mind and our body. So check in with that. And let's just see what doing a little bit on the sex chakra, what it did. How'd that make your body feel? Your emotions, your mind. How, like when you think of the external situation, active or past experience, how are you responding? Okay. We're going to stay on the sex chakra for a little bit. Okay, so begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. And then pause. Then we're going to still stick with the sex chakra. Again, taking long, slow, deep breaths again. That's just me. What do you think of the situation? Better reduced? Yeah. Mhm. Or- So Samantha was saying, and if you guys want to share, type in, but like she feels a bit calmer. But when she thinks of like the past situations that were, excuse me, either the past or something that's active, She said it's still a little bit of agitation, but it has reduced. Like she feels more relaxed, but there's still like a little bit of there. And harder to hold on to. And what was the other piece? Yeah. Like harder to like, almost like looking for it. We're like, where is it going? Right. Okay, so just be still with it. Let go of the inhalation and just be still. Okay, we've assessed what it feels like to calm the instinctive components. Now let's look at the second brain, or the solar plexus, the component that has to do with feelings. So your awareness is on the solar plexus, which is just below the ribs on the upper abdomen. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the solar plexus. And then pause and just let go for a moment. And again, you're inhaling, your awareness is on the solar plexus. And then just be still for a moment. Now, if you check in with your thoughts, your feelings, how your body feels, how's everything going there? And then check into your active situation or your past experience. And what do you notice there? What did treating the solar plexus do for you? What did you notice? What about the other stuff? Okay, so you're checking in with those things. Just let it go. Just let everything go. Let's do it again. So, frankincense or fir, your awareness is on the front solar plexus. Different than the first one? Yeah. Mhm. Then just pause and let go. You're inhaling. Your awareness is on the solar plexus. and then be still. What did you notice from doing the sex chakra versus doing the solar plexus? How are they different? Now let's do the brain. So your awareness is on the brain, and you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and let go. And again, your awareness is on your brain. And then pause and check in with your body, your emotions, and your thoughts. How is it different than when we did the sex chakra, and how is it different than when we did the solar? Okay, let's let that go. Let's do the brain again. Long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the brain. And then pause. One more time. Let's inhale. Your awareness is on the brain. Okay. Just be still. So, what did you notice with the brain versus when you did the solar and when you did the sex chakra? Like think of your thoughts, your feelings, your body, an active situation or a past experience. Okay. So now we're not going to balance all three. We're just going to put our awareness on all three, right? So we're going to check in with the brain, the solar, and the sex chakra. The best of your ability, just keep your awareness on all three. No need to try to balance them, no need anything. You're just trying to keep your awareness on the three. Sex, solar, and brain. And then pause and let go. Again, the sex, the solar, the brain, all three at the same time. And then pause. Check in with your body, your emotions, your thoughts. Okay, before we move on, let's share experiences and ask questions just about this process. But mostly let's share experiences just so we can kind of process like what everybody's feeling. We kind of learn from each other with this. So let's share experiences.
Greg.
Hey, hey,
Hey, this is Denise.
hey, how are you?
I think it's from perhaps our weekend class, last Sunday that I was able to attend, but I had one of those really rare experiences that everything's kind of quiet working with you today. But what I really noticed was that my brain, everything stayed pretty calm, but the brain felt very overworked and tired. And it really only engaged when the solar plexus or the sex chakra would, kick something in. Like if it was
Right.
worry or if it was, then it just felt like it was overworked and tired. And for the first time, I was able to kind of sync them up several times. I don't
Oh,
even know how
nice.
I did it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I could, yeah. You don't even know how at least I didn't.
Yeah.
I didn't realize how I got there, but it was wonderful to get there. So
I mean,
I'm
you bring up a good point because, like, sometimes, like you said, the mind feels overworked, or sometimes the body can feel overworked and we can be fatigued, but we really don't know that we're fatigued because we're still like pushing to get stuff done. And then finally you get a little bit of relief, and then you're like, ugh, I'm tired. Or like my brain hurts. Like that's the thing that I will always say is my brain hurts.
yeah.
And it's not really that my brain hurts, it's just I need a brain break. You know what I mean? Like I just need a little bit of time where I need to not like solve some problem or think about something. I need to just gel and not be thinking about those things.
And it was the last weekend was the first time I've ever been able to do a live class. So that was different because I was comparing it with a friend that was there, and she was saying that um, we've done so many Zoom classes over the years that it was really, really different, and it helped us to stay. I think the group focus, or
Mhm,
the energy in the room, it really helped us to be able to sink in and really
mhm.
be there. So thank you very much.
Yeah, you're so welcome. It's great seeing you.
It was good seeing you too, both you and Sam. It was so much fun. Thank you.
And go ahead, Laura, and then we have some shares as well.
Hey, Miss Laura.
Hey, Greg. I'm meeting Monday with a friend of mine who's an artist that I need to up my game with, and she's gonna be a great mentor for me. And she said, you need to come in with your idea of where you want to go with this, and got real specific about stuff. And I've been blocked all week, and I now have a page of ideas that have happened while I did this.
Yeah.
And it just started immediately with the root. And
Right.
I have 15 things that I wrote down.
Right.
And it's like I have literally spent the week going, I have nothing in my head right now. And it just all came spilling out.
That's so funny because it's like all similar experience where like, oh, like I gotta sit down and write a booklet. Oh God, I don't even know. And then I was like, well, I have this idea, I have this idea, I have this idea. I have like, it starts cranking it out, and then I end up writing the booklet like 4 or 5 different ways. You know what I mean?
Right.
And so kicking up the creative process is definitely something, because a lot of times our lack of creativity is just like these pieces aren't communicating as well. Like any time that I've had situations where I'm like, I'm just not feeling the creative spark. If I sit and do this practice, I don't even think about I don't have this creative spark because I'm creating something. Like, I'm like in the motion of something. And, it might not be the most deeply inspired thing that I'm doing, but it still gets the juices moving so that I can get closer to that.
I'm thrilled. Just
Yeah.
with that one section
Yeah.
just changed my week.
Yeah. Oh, tremendous. I love that.
Thank you.
You're so welcome.
So I'll kind of go through the process as far as what the chat said while we
Okay.
were doing it.
Uh-huh.
So pretty much across the board with the sex chakra, it was people were feeling more relaxed.
Mhm.
When they got to the solar plexus, I can tell it's processing something, but it doesn't feel agitated.
Oh, good. Yeah.
I feel slightly nauseous.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes the solar plexus starts to release and it can feel a little gaggy. You know what I mean?
The sex got quite quiet. The solar plexus is at work, not churning, just at work. And now the ajna's at work once we got to the brain. Someone said that feels like a blank slate now. This was just after the 3. I felt calmer when we did the sex chakra. I felt more releasing in the solar plexus and felt more clear thinking when we did the brain. And that was before we did the 3 at the same time. All my system so quiet but clear. Each section feels good alone. All together feels a little uncomfortable in the body, like achy. So when they did all 3 together. Throat seems activated. My liver aches or is processing something with the solar plexus. I felt increased relaxation with each center, but I couldn't really distinguish differences between them. Can Greg say more about the differences or what we might be looking for?
Well, I do want to cover that, but I want you guys to have your experiences. You know how like sometimes if we sit and talk about it beforehand, that's all you'll see, right? And so, I want you to have your experiences because I don't want to misdirect you or have you miss something, because sometimes my language might imply something, but you hear it differently. You know what I mean? There's all kinds of reasons, and we will talk that out. But I want you guys to have a full experience so that when we're talking about it, the logical part of the mind has more to process rather than processing a hypothetical. Hypotheticals, we can twist it and then go, well, I think this or I think that, where when you draw an experience, you're basically what we're doing is we're using intuition, right? We're going through and we're doing a process and then we're going, okay, what happened? And, look at what this did and how can I adjust? And you're having an experience with really not knowing what's going on, right? So you're engaging the intuitive part. Then you have your experience. After a little while, we've inhaled on the sex chakra, we've inhaled on the solar, we've inhaled on the brain, and we did all 3. Now the intuitive mind has gone through and had the experiences. Now the intellect can go, oh yeah, now I know what you're talking about. When we do that oil to the nose thing and we're on the brain, yeah, it feels like this. And when we do it to the solar, it feels like this. And when we do it like this, it feels like so then you have something to process, right? If we go right to intellect and we go, okay, this is what we're going to do. Then the mind begins to expect things, because remember, it's always dealing with the past. So learned information, memorized information. So now it's preconceived as experience, or it's kind of prejudged what's going to happen. And then it looks to validate what's happening, right? And so here, going in with intuition, you don't have anything to validate because we didn't talk about anything. You know what I mean? Like, so then you're like, oh, what happened? And you will explore little nuances that you would overlook with intellectual approaches, if that makes sense. Like, so the thing that we're talking about, that this is what this class is about, you're actually doing right here. You're having an intuitive experience, then you're processing it with intellect. And then when you go, oh, I really like this, intellect can maintain it, right? Or intellect can go, yeah, I don't know about that. I don't want to ever do it again, right? But you have to present the information to the intellect.
And then go ahead, Teresa, then Dan.
Hey, Teresa.
Hey, Greg.
Hey, how did you feel with all this?
I feel really calm and clear. Even though I might sound a little bit congested, I'm like shifting some stuff out from the last few classes. It was very interesting, actually, the difference. I could feel around the solar plexus some projections just released from yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And it was so nice. Like, I got the woman's visual, I got her energy, and it just went. And then my body just relaxed. It was fabulous. Nice. Brain was a little bit like, oh, you want me to be calm? Okay. But I'm like, all right. So, yeah, sex and solar really were on board with each other, which was great. And
good.
The brain, when I did the 3, if I went top down, it was like, yeah, no. But if I went bottom up, like if I tuned in sex, solar, and brain, it just then moved.
Right.
And I can't remember what the significance of that is going bottom up. Is there?
Yeah, it has a little bit more cleansing effect. We're going to be talking about that process tomorrow. Yeah.
Okay. More of a cleansing effect. Okay, so maybe that's the whole process I'm going through right now. And I wanted to ask a question. So overall, it was very soothing to nerves. And you had said something earlier when we started, which really resonated with me in a different way, which is, if I wrote it correctly, or if I grasped it, like what you were trying to say, is the thoughts are processed through the endocrine system and the nerves. So
it's how thoughts are generated, or especially our lower mind. It's how our thoughts are generated is endocrine function that is being processed through the hypothalamus and then eventually the autonomic nervous system.
Okay. All right. So if we are clear of thought and we're not revisiting the past, then everything is just smoother, right?
That means that your autonomic nervous system has been relatively regulated and the communication in your endocrine system has shifted or changed.
Excellent.
Yeah. Like that's the thing that, I mean, I don't know that we've really gone into that a whole lot, but I mean, I mentioned it, but when the mind, like when we do these experiences and your mind quiets down, that usually is the nerves have quieted down, or you could say they're harmonized or balanced or not overstimulated. But then also endocrine function has had a shift in communication. Like you could say like you're re-educating the glands. It's just that sometimes you have to keep doing it over and over with the glands, because that system reacts very, very slowly and changes very slowly, and still there's so much communication going on between the different glands and the different parts of your physiology that even though you have like a moment of like, oh, my mind is clear, and then later in the day it's like it's not clear, right? It's like you keep tipping it towards being clear because you're regulating the glands, but it'll go back and forth for a little while, because the glands are really slow to change their communication. So you
Mhm.
keep shooting for like, okay, the more I have these moments of a quiet mind, the more that the glands are becoming more and more regulated. And it it's complicated because it also depends on like if there's glands that are misbehaving or depleted, or and
Mhm.
so that will affect the communication. And so you go through and you kind of balance things out, or some of them get depleted, so you energize them up and then see what happens. And so all of that will affect the mental body.
Okay.
Yeah.
So just to recap, because there's something in this for me,
Mhm.
just to intellectually lock in. I think it's
Mhm.
already intuitively and body wise starting to lock in. The lower emotions are
Mhm.
generated in the mind, and they are
Lower emotions are usually generated by physiology, actually. And
okay.
and like anytime you think something, you do generate an emotion, an emotional response. But a
Mhm.
lot of things that we call like root emotions or lower emotions,
Yeah.
they're generated by your physiology for you to thrive in the environment. So like even something like anger, like we see it as like, oh, I'm angry and I'm upset, but it might be the body trying to tell you you need to take action in this situation. You need to run, you need to fight. Because if you think about it, if you're fighting and you're feeling all peaceful, you're not going to be that great of a fighter. But if you're a little bit pissed and you're fighting, you're going to be a really good fighter, right?
Yep.
Like,
Mhm.
or if you're running, that you're scared or angry, you could have a little bit more pep in your step, right?
Sure.
So your physiology generates certain kinds of emotions for you to be able to like, go faster, do this, do that, defend yourself better, whatever it is. And so it's not necessarily generated by the mind, but it will eventually affect the mind. Eventually will affect the emotions depending on how they're processed, and
Mhm.
then will affect the thought processes. But on the
Mhm.
flip side, if you sit and think about something, you can still generate an emotional response and sometimes even a lower response, just because you're visiting a hypothetical or you're revisiting a past experience.
Yep.
Like you'll go, that thing that happened 5 years ago, they never apologized and da 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 da, and you start getting a little worked up, like you're triggering those lower emotions, but it's being done via the mind.
Yeah.
And,
It.
and
Yeah.
yeah, so it can go either way. Yeah, it can
Okay.
go either way. Yeah.
And then, so take it from the premise of the mind's generated the lower emotion by revisiting the past. How would that
Mhm.
then flow through the endocrine system and the nerves?
Well, a lot of times when you're recalling something, you're beginning to re-experience it in the endocrine system. Like we were reading something the other day, maybe it was a few months ago or it was longer, but like the idea of planning a vacation almost is as therapeutic as going on vacation, because it stimulates like endocrine responses that takes a little stress out and makes you a little happy and makes you shift out of your mind and look a little bigger picture and all those things. And so you might not ever go on that trip, but planning that trip actually had a therapeutic value to it. So the same thing can happen if you're thinking of the conflict, of all the different things you're going to do in the conflict, and you're going to say this and they're going to say that, and da 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 da. You know, that's the same thing, but in a negative way. Or you go back to a past experience, like, oh, that thing 5 years ago. It's so devastating, and you start re-experiencing it. Your glands are going back to the way that that felt, and so you're beginning to re-experience the thing that happened then. You're experiencing it like right now, as if it's happening. Right? So that's why in these situations, when we go through and we go, okay, visit a past experience or visit an active situation, because our mind can stimulate it, but also our energy body can still be reacting to the energy of those situations. So a lot of times what we feel is like anxiety that we don't really understand, or an agitation that, like, I don't know where it's coming from. It's not necessarily in you. It's something you're connected to, right? It might be a past experience, a thing at work, you know, this conflict that's ongoing that you haven't said anything, but everybody's all agitated about it, you know, whatever it is. All those things have an impact for a while. There reaches a thing where you can almost say, it's not even like a stage of development. It's like it's a stage of perception, you could say, where if you get to a certain stage of perception, all those rules kind of change. Like, yeah, there's that upsetting thing, but you know, it's just like you know, when we were doing the 8 materializations of Metatron, you know, those are avenues for that the mind visits in every person. You know, has to do with health, has to do with, you know, how you prosper in the world, has to do with your family, has, you know, like all these different things, right? So there's that component where everybody's mind visits these 8 things, right? Regardless, right? Even if you're a monk up on the mountain, you still visit these eight components. Now, when you are doing certain practices, like if you turn to the east, like when you're meditating, right, it activates your upper centers and allows for more processes to happen for your meditation, because you're facing east. If you're trying to be prosperous and like get something done facing the north, that allows you to activate the lower centers more and have more dynamic activity, right? If you're trying to let go of something, like really let go of something, facing the south is about, you know, falling away of things, right? Now, when you go through and you do that 8 materializations of Metatron, if you do it enough and it gets anchored, those directions become, I don't want to say meaningless, but you're always in the west, you're always in the north, you're always in the east, you're always in the south, regardless of what direction you're turning. So if you look at somebody's energy body, when they're facing west and they turn around and face east, all of a sudden the upper centers are more activated, right? But when you work that 8 materializations of Metatron, it's like you're always facing east. It's like you're always facing south. It's like you're always facing north, you know? And so it doesn't matter which direction you face, your energy body stays the same. And so the idea with the 3 brains is the same idea, that if you work it at some point, regardless of the situation, you stop bouncing around from like, I'm happy, now I'm angry, and now I'm this, now I'm that. Everything just becomes like, okay, there's this thing in front of me that I need to deal with and that I need to process, and, you know, whatever is going on. And so you become non-reactive is not the same, but you become less influenced by the external stimuli. And you see stories of like llamas or high llamas where, you know, at first people will do something where it's maybe emotional or mental and they're non-reactive, but they'll do it to the point where somebody will give them like some drug or something that's like toxic. Like I was reading this story where somebody like had some arsenic for some reason, and the llama goes, "Here, give that to me," and it was like a bunch of arsenic, and he went, and everybody's like, "You're gonna die, like you're gonna die like in a short amount of time," and he was just like, "Yeah, nothing happened, like
Yeah.
nothing absolutely happened," you know. So that's what we're talking about, non-reactive to stimuli to such a degree that they can ingest like poisonous material and their body is just like non-reactive, just passes it through and gets it out the body, right? And so I mean that is super extreme, but you know, at
It's a
first
great,
it might be like, hey, you're not as reactive to hot and cold, or you're not as reactive to like a chaotic situation, or when it's very loud and overstimulating, and then, you know, it keeps going a little deeper and a little deeper, and you just notice that, like, yeah, when things are happening, everything's just like, you
yeah,
know, yes, that's bad, but how bad is it really? You know,
got it.
there's times where when something happens, the thing that's traumatizing is more our reaction than what happened. You know, when you really sit and process it, you just go, okay, something different happened, something changed, something shifted, but how much does it really harm me, or how much does it mean that something's gonna happen or go away, or is it just some change? You know, we had a situation like that this week where there was some big change in something, and very unexpected. And you know, as Samantha and I sat and processed it, I was like, doesn't really impact us. But on the surface, it was like, ugh, you know, but when you sit and you unravel it, you're like, it really is not that big of a deal. Like, you know, it 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 would be if you're reactive because something's different, something's changed, something's shifted, where life is always transient. You know, life is always shifting and changing, and we just get to a place where if we can not be as reactive, then we kind of just are able to go with the flow. And so, you know, things happen. Yeah.
In that reactive, I'm just thinking of um, the desire of the mind to go back to a point in time could be correlated to a childhood wound that was never
Yeah. It's
processed.
usually something's unresolved. Yeah.
I mean, and even the situation it goes back to wasn't the original situation, but it was the
Right.
last, right? So it's
Right.
trying.
Yeah. It's a last in a chain of events. I mean, we'll always go back to an old poke. You know what I mean? Like, uh, you know, we'll always go back to an old poke. And you know, the odd thing is that sometimes you'll go back to things where not a lot happened, but it's that, like that old saying, it's not so much what you said, it's how you said it.
Yeah,
Where somebody said something and it seemed like kind of normal, but there was a poke in there. You know
yep,
what I mean? Like your mind, your emotions, your instinctual responses knows, but like sometimes you didn't process like that was a poke, but like later you'll go, why can't I let that situation go? It's because there was a little poke in there somewhere.
yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
there we go. We're just releasing the pokes because
Yeah, releasing the pokes. Yeah.
there's no need to process the event. It's really the
No,
poke.
and it's usually not something where you need to go back and say something to somebody. You just got to be able to,
Move on.
yeah, you know, people will do things because they feel that they've been injured or preventing injury, or they feel justified. you know, they feel they needed to say something or, you know, take that poke. And most times it doesn't even have to do with us. You know, we're just the ones that are getting it, but it's something in their head, you know, something that they're processing and working through, some pattern, whatever it is. And
Mhm.
you know, in psychology we used to always say hurt people hurt people.
Yep.
You know.
Perfect. Thank you so very much.
You're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Dan, then Barbara.
Hey Dan.
Hey, Greg.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Doing good.
Good. Good. Wow, that last conversation. Thank you about the thing about everything kind of comes from a poke.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
that last conversation was like that. Just pretty much encapsulated actually what kind of I experienced with this.
Right.
Very grateful for that. Yeah, with the sex solar plexus and brain, it was like there was a realization and a release, a relax, and then a feeling more lighter. And I've caught myself too, kind of like this is kind of I think a new thing that's coming up here is catching myself, observing myself
Oh,
as
nice.
kind of
Yeah.
talking or thinking or
Right,
stuff.
right.
It's kind of like there's a space that's developing or something like that.
Like the more that there is like soul contact, or you're processing information or guidance from the soul, whatever you want to call it, awareness of the soul, you'll become more and more of an observer of the lower vehicles, be it the body, the emotions, the mind. So you'll notice that sometimes you'll be watching yourself saying it rather than like being in like saying it, you know.
Exactly.
You're
Exactly.
you're watching what's happening, and so you're starting to come from the perspective of the soul.
Yeah. Okay. I was wondering. Yeah.
Very good, very good.
Yeah. There was one more piece too when we were doing the sex solar plexus in the brain at the same time. I
Mhm.
actually felt this physical thing somewhere between the ajna and the forehead chakras.
Mhm.
So that's just part of
Yeah,
it then. I mean, there was like a little tingling thing on
yeah.
the surface. So
So the ajna and the forehead at some point begin to merge together, and they produce this like little like protruding thing of light.
okay.
And it makes your perception much more piercing into a situation. You know how like somebody will present a bunch of information, you have to kind of wade through like their story, and they got sidetracked, and you're just getting to the heart of the matter. Like, so sometimes you have to be able to cut through the information and the details to get to like, this is the issue, right? So it's tied to the development of the mixing of these two. So in mystical practices, they would refer to that as the uh, unicorn light.
The unicorn line. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It looks like a little like horn light that sticks out right here. It looks like a little horn. So sometimes teachers or gurus would refer to their developed students, their disciples, as unicorns. And it's because
of that
Mhm.
extension or
Yeah.
yeah, because I realized something when I did that realization. I realized just something about myself, and kind of like from the old childhood. It's
Mhm.
just something about my behavior. It's like, wow, that's kind of just I was kind of kept me trapped, kind of. So
Yeah,
it's like,
completely. Yeah.
yeah, it's just like, and it affects my kind of or had yeah, or however we want to put that is just like that's kind of like my where my perceptions come from, kind of things. Kind of really a really good, yeah.
I think that's an excellent thing to realize, that a lot of our perceptions, or like our opinions about life, really came from childhood.
Yeah,
Like your experiences of playing on the neighborhood, or things that happened in school, or all those kinds of things. we make decisions about how to handle the world at those ages, and then we never really revisit them until we need to, right? Like, you know, some traumas happen, something's happened, or the decision itself is not playing out. But we make decisions a lot of times as a reaction, you know, under the age of 8. And this is how we're gonna see the world. You know, this is how we're gonna do the world. And you know, we all have that potential. And so like that you're aware of, like, oh, I thought this when I was a kid, or I thought, you know, whatever that is. Any version of that is always good. And sometimes you'll just realize that you're questioning something that you know, this is what I've always done. And then you realize, like, but why am I doing this? Because my 8-year-old self decided this was a good idea, you know.
Yeah. One more question to
Yeah.
kind of came up with the last conversations with the Q&A bits. There's like are memories then stored in the body? I mean, they're just kind of like they're kind of energetically like, wouldn't they be denser than thoughts then? So are they, you know,
Well, they you can have some, like, in the brain and in the, like, endocrine system. And like you could say that you're access, but you're also still attached to things, these old memories, that can be external. Like, there it could be thought forms, they could be like a bundle of energy that, you know, say a traumatic thing in the past,
Yeah.
you're still connected to it. So when you go back and you visit it, or, you know, you have a cord there where energy is just slightly leaking back into your normal everyday mind, where you go, okay, I got to do all these things on my list, and that thing that happened 10 years ago, you know, trauma especially, there's always a little piece of it that feels like it's still happening, even though it happened 10 years ago. But there's still a little piece of it in your consciousness that feels like it's happening right here, right now.
right,
Right. And so some of that is in us, like in, you know, maybe in the emotional body or the mental body, or even in your physiology. You know, because patterns get set up in the glands and things like that. But also it's our connection to those external. So that's why we do a thing like check in with your body, check in with that situation, check in with your body. If you think about what does it mean to be, you know, like in a star, we say we're surrounded by light. Only good comes to me, only good goes from me, right? When we come from our, like, normal mind, we usually aren't looking around at super positive things. We're looking at negative things because we're trying to prevent pain, or we're trying to you know, come from the intellect and validate the things that we've already experienced, right? But when we come from intuition, at first it's problem solving, but then later it becomes that even in difficult situations or a difficult person, you start to see the light in the situation, or you see the light in the person, like you see beyond their negative qualities, you could say. And you start seeing that and more. And what starts happening is, just like the negative experiences can make us feel a particular way in the here and now, these perceptions of other people or other situations having light in them, you're starting to touch into the light, and you begin to realize that even these difficult situations, I'm surrounded by light. You know, you're not identifying with the negative part, you're not identifying with the darkness, which is just really ignorance, right? Like the lack of an experience or lack of wisdom. And you're starting to realize, oh, look, I'm surrounded by this light. And at just like the negative experiences, some energy comes in and it feels like there's a little bit of trauma happening, right? And then you kind of react to the world because you're experiencing that little bit of trauma. Well, when you're doing it with the light, you're seeing the good things that can happen. You're seeing the good hypotheticals or potentials. You're seeing the goodness even in situations that seem bad. And you're absorbing the light and you're emanating the light. So that idea of only good comes to me, only good goes from me, is shifting from the fixation of seeing the negative and all the things around us to being able to see the light in all the difficult things. And then we're surrounded by light, and then only good comes to me, only good goes from me. Right? So it's, you're having to shift your perceptions or what you look at, because it's always there. It's just our mind goes to the negative,
Yeah.
because it stings, and if we're coming from intellect, we're looking to validate the things we already know. That sucks.
Well, that makes sense.
I've looked
Yeah.
at it and I validated. That sucks.
Yeah.
Basically that's what our mind does. It spends a bunch of time going through, that sucks, that sucks, that sucks. Uh, uh, your mind spends time just doing that. So that begins to be all that it sees. Right. So you're literally training the mind to go, I see light in this situation. I see light in this situation. Even though this is difficult, what's the light in this situation? Something difficult or big change, did it really impact us? No. And there's potential for growth now where maybe before there was no potential for growth. I see the light of the situation rather than the negative. And so what starts to happen is you become more dynamic, you become better with higher creativity, but you become better at going, this is good for me, this is bad for me, this is how I avoid this is how I cultivate this and make this grow. Like you become a lot more cognitive of the things that you're stepping away from and the things you're bringing in. And
Wow.
it becomes easier to put yourself in the right place at the right time.
Wow. That's kind of like, yeah, I've been thinking of that from a big picture perspective.
Mhm.
That's kind of like where I want to go with this. And
Yeah.
I can really bring that into my next incarnation kind of thing.
Yeah,
So,
I hear you.
yeah. Yeah. Great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're so welcome. And that whole thing with what I just talked about, how we focus on the light and we inhale the light and expel, we're going deeper on that in the Mystic Toolbox. That's exactly what the class is about.
Oh,
Like being surrounded by that light and only good coming to you and only good going for you. Like there is mechanics to that. It's not just an affirmation. There's actual mechanics that you are trying to cultivate. And so we'll be doing that. Yeah.
I'll make a note of that one. Yep. Great. See ya.
Yeah. Good talking with
You as always. Yes. Thanks.
And go ahead, Barbara, then Sarah.
you. Hey, Miss Barbara.
Hey there. Hello, everyone. And thank you for these wonderful questions and conversations.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the conversations are good, huh?
Very much. When we finished the focus on the brain,
Mm-hmm.
I was aware that my brain felt really dull. And then I checked in with the rest of me, and all of me felt dull.
Mm-hmm.
And it's starting to shift. It's been about 45 minutes, but I wondered first if that's just in contrast to where I've been over the past week, but I mostly want to make sure I didn't check out a little bit.
It doesn't look like you checked out. I think that's just kind of the way you're feeling. There's the things that happen to us personally, and then there's the things that are going on externally. But then there's also we also have to factor in there's the collective. And there's things that go on a bigger scale that impact us that we really don't think about. And you'll notice that like everybody feels a little blah in the same week, and you can't go like, well, it's because, you can try to find all the little reasons in your life, but you notice that like a lot of people are saying the same thing. you could say that potentially it might be astrological, but it also a lot of times is things going on in the collective that we're all kind of feeling but couldn't put words to.
I didn't feel that way at the start of the practice. It was
Yeah.
just at that point in time. So
Yeah.
I don't know why the practice shifted that, but
Mm.
thank you.
Yeah, you don't look like you checked out.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, yeah.
And then go ahead, Sarah.
Hey, Miss Sarah.
Hi, morning, Greg. Morning, everyone. Very interesting experiences, lovely conversations, always going deeper than even one thinks one is going to go. But I just wanted to share the kind of metaphor of what happened to me when, we ran all three centers together.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of feel a bit like a Vitamix or a food processor.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean? There was like rumblings in the root, and I felt very grounded there when I did that separately. And then as soon as we went to the solar plexus, I definitely was aware of some programs or other activating.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then brain, obviously the thinking mind came online. But then when I did all three together, it was like all three got mixed together, and then the lid popped off, and all that, like whatever was on top, like spaghetti, went up through the crown.
Mm-hmm.
So I just thought, that for me, I was like, maybe this isn't, I don't know, my metaphor for an aspect of the process, but that's what I got clairvoyantly, if you like.
Yeah, very nice. Like even if we look at it from the point of view of like, say, karmic patterns, one of the ways that we break our karmic patterns is learning the lesson. And learning the lesson is being able to, like, temper our reactions, have the feeling, see the pattern, process all of that, and kind of surmise something from it. But really, that doesn't register as lesson learned until our perceptions have been processed, and then it leaves out through the top of our head and anchors up a foot above the head. And so we might not always know exactly what we're processing in the moment, but on some level you're like, I get it. The karmic beings stop hitting me over the head with a 2x4. I got it. I got it. You know what I mean? It's almost like you're sending an email saying, okay, lesson learned. I got this lesson, right?
Yeah.
And anytime you feel something going out through the top of your head, it's moving up and anchoring in the incarnated soul. And if there was any experience where you process something and you've had a lesson learned moment, it registers there so that the pattern breaks.
That's good. And then
Yeah.
I feel like that, so that's seeds in the Akash, right, for the future.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, great. Yeah, it was just really apparent. That's what came through, and I'm like, there's stuff going out the top of my head. This is weird, but I never had that before. So thank you.
You're so welcome.
And then we had another share as well, and they said, my thoughts were very creative and wonderful. If I have a trauma in the solar, will it hinder the process?
I mean, it might, but it still doesn't mean that it can be worked through or worked around, or even though something's there, you still can be very functional.
Felt kind of agitated on the solar plexus and all three.
Yeah, some of the agitation, we didn't do the next little piece, which is body awareness and throat. Some of it actually might be diminished when we do that. So
I think that's great. That was
Yeah.
the shares.
How about this? Let's take a break. We'll come back, we'll do what we just did, but then we'll do the extra little piece, and we'll do it in real time. Like this last time, we did it slow and we had our experiences, and this time we'll just like fire right through it. Okay. So anything else? think, yeah. Yeah, I think that's it. Okay, so we will come back at, let's just come back straight up on the hour. Everybody, let's come on back. We're going to revisit what we just did, and then we're going to do that extra piece. We're going to do this in real time, though. So you have your frankincense or your fir. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then move your awareness to the solar plexus, the area below your ribs. And then your brain, your awareness is on your brain. Your awareness is on the sex, the solar, and the brain, all three at the same time. Okay, and then just be still. Now, to deepen the impact, this isn't part of the 3 break, but when we do this, it deepens the impact of the practice that we're just doing. Basically, we're maximizing the effects. So you're going to practice body awareness, right? So check in with your body, just wherever you feel it, wherever it jumps out at you, wherever you feel a little tension, a little agitation. It could be in one of your areas that's a little compromised. It could be in a completely different spot. You're aware of that part of your body, and you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now, move your awareness to your throat. Your awareness is on your throat. And then just pause and be still. Let's do the sex chakra again. Long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the front solar. And then the brain. And then your sex, solar, and brain, all three at the same time. And just pause and let go. Just let it incubate, pause, and let go. Your awareness is on your body. Check in with your body. Where do you feel it in your body? And begin inhale. And then your awareness is on your throat. And then just be still. Check in with your body, your emotions, your mind. What do you notice? Now, active situation, past experience. Check in with that. Notice how you feel as you observe that situation or check in with that situation. Hey, let it all go. Let's just do one more cycle. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. Your awareness is on the front solar. And then the brain. Your awareness is on the brain. And then the sex, solar, and brain, all three at the same time. Your awareness is on the sex chakra, the solar, and the brain, all three at the same time. And then just be still. Check in with your body. What do you notice with your body? Your awareness is on that area of your body, and you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And in your throat, your awareness is on your throat. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. Check with your body, your emotions, your thoughts. Check out an active situation, something you've already been checking out, or past experience. That way you can measure. So visit them and see what you notice. Okay, let's share experiences or ask questions before we move on to the next.
Go ahead, Teresa.
Hey, Teresa.
Hey, Greg. That was really lovely. I just had probably more of an intellectual question. When we're working on the throat, is that processing? What's the significance?
You're kind of pulling everything together so that the mind can process it. You're also tying in like the potential for higher creativity, so for like a flow of creative processes.
Okay, cool.
Is that what's happening to you? Yeah.
Yeah,
So somebody
exactly.
here was saying like that's what was happening to her was higher creativity.
Yeah, there was like a thread or a piece that needed to be like pulled in, processed out, and the higher creativity just expanding. Cool.
Like if you look at like doing the body awareness, you're stimulating the potential, like a greater potential for intuition, because you're putting your awareness on something where you're feeling like tightness or agitation, which would eventually affect instinctive responses and then emotions and then the mind. And you're sitting and you're being present with it. You're training the mind to be in more an intuitive state just by observing something. And you're training yourself to allow something to be so that it doesn't control you anymore. And then you kind of like have engaged that process. And then you move to the throat, where then it starts to engage like the higher creativity component.
Great. Thank you for that.
Yeah, you're so.
And go ahead, Robert and Linda.
Hey,
Mr.
Greg.
Hey.
Morning. As we went into this break, you asked how we felt about the situations and to look at them. And there's sort of three different situations I like really active at the moment. And I felt bored by them.
Bored? Yeah, that's a great sign.
Yeah.
Like all
was
the
like,
drama's gone.
Exactly. It's like I didn't even know there was drama there.
Right.
So thank you
There's
for
always,
that.
even like a deadline has some drama to it. You know what I mean? Like a deadline, a goal, like, I don't know, even the excitement that we have, like a positive, is still a little bit of drama. Where
Yes. Yeah, I
just
can see
moving
that.
forward and doing stuff, it's just like,
Right. Yeah, it's like, okay, so
yeah,
what's next is sort of
yeah,
the outcome of it.
right.
I like it. Thank you.
Yeah, good.
And go ahead, Linda.
Hey, Linda.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, how are you?
Good, things are good. Curious, as we're doing it today with the frankincense, I've been working the three brains with the previous practices.
Mhm.
One of them we're using artemisia and hyssop
Sure.
and crisium, and then the other one, we're doing the shibumi and the alignment.
Mhm.
And kind of like exploring, like, what am I sensing that's different about the frankincense,
Mhm.
And so my intuitive thing as we're doing the practice is there's something about the frankincense that agitates everything first, and then there's a calm. Like when I do the shibumi and the alignment, I don't feel agitation. I just go
Mhm.
mellow
Yeah,
kind of.
yeah, yeah.
So I just then of course my intellect got involved and said, well, just ask him what's the deal with the
Yeah,
frankincense.
like you're purifying things to a certain extent, but you're also, because whenever we tap into the intuitive mind, you're kind of making like a path for soul energy or soul guidance to come in. And
Wow.
so the frankincense or the fir kind of prepare the pathway for that to kind of happen. And so it could be that things get cleaned up a little bit, like you said, before like the mind with a big M starts to sink in. And like when that does happen, like everything just starts calming down, like
Mhm.
everything calms down. And so, we'll be visiting the Shibumi and the alignment and everything a little bit later in some of the other processes, where they're a little bit more integrative. But when we first started doing this, we did the piece like we just did, and then we did the part where we're balancing. And at first I was saying, oh, we're just getting used to it. And so some of the oils that we used were more about getting used to it and getting things activated. Like the mugwort and artemisia are really about kind of stimulating those processes to make it easier. And so that's all good, but like afterwards I started thinking it out, like I didn't want to make it seem like what we just did or the balancing of the three is something you just do in the beginning and then you don't do it anymore. For even advanced versions of this practice, you still do those things that we did in the very beginning, where okay, we're just checking in with the three centers and now we're trying to balance the three centers. Even though we might be doing other processes involving the three brains, those things still produce something, and later we're going to be using them in therapeutic strategies to produce a certain result, be it that we're treating something physically or psychologically. So here this weekend we're laying the groundwork for like the building blocks for something, but later we're going to be using these processes as we talk about like how to treat a particular condition. We're going to pull upon the things that we know from three brains and say like, okay, this is going to be the thing that helps to resolve the symptom, right? But you would partner it with this three brain component to produce a much deeper result, like harnessing these aspects of the instinct, the emotions, and the mind. And so I like what you're doing, where you're going, okay, but what is the difference? The frankincense and the fir have a little bit more of a cleansing and fortifying effect on the mechanisms, where the mugwort was more about just activating the centers, opening up the centers and making it easier for the process itself. But once you do it, we want to take it to the next step. So this would be a bit of the next step. Doesn't mean you couldn't visit the mugwort thing again. I still do it from time to time. But here we're going at it with wanting a very specific result. Yeah.
That makes sense. And the mugwort, is a whole new experience from last weekend.
Mhm.
And, using it, like you were saying, to open and activate things before we do the colors, right?
Yes,
And so
exactly.
that makes sense that when we were first starting this, that's
Yeah.
where we would start with the mugwort.
Yeah.
And now we move on. Okay.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah. Good experiences.
Yeah.
When working with the sex chakra this time around, I had feelings and images of being sexually harassed on the street. It hasn't fully moved through. Any thoughts on how to keep it moving out?
The things that we'll be doing the rest of the day and tomorrow. Like, yeah, like this is, I want us to be able to observe what is happening in each of these processes so that we know like, this is what I go to when I need to resolve something. And so, like you said, you have the memory of something from the past, but let's see what happens as we go through the other processes.
And go ahead, Laura.
Hey, Laura.
Hey, Greg. The frankincense and fir you said are cleansing and fortifying. Is one, I guess I'm trying to figure out, do you use one oil versus another at different times for any reason? Or are they pretty equal?
For this, no, I would say either one. Like if you have a favorite one to go to, I tend to use frankincense more for this than fir, but I have used fir and I liked it. Like the fir is a little bit more activating to the heart. The frankincense is going to have a bigger impact on the mind. And so if you wanted a little bit more something heart-centered, you can work the fir a little bit more. But honestly, like when I've done both, the plant is a bit different, but at the same time, I have very similar reactions or responses. And so either one will work.
Thanks.
Like if you have a predisposition where like, this type of fir is my jam, then I'd say do it. Like if frankincense really kind of is one that you feel very drawn to, then I'd just work the frankincense.
Drop the bottle. Check.
Yeah.
I love how quiet and still everything gets with this work.
Yeah. It gets very quiet, very still. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
What I really notice is I have a lot of activity, a lot of thoughts, a lot of creative thoughts and planning, but my body feels very still, very relaxed.
So somebody here was sharing that like as they did this process, she has a lot of thoughts and a lot of movement and a lot of processing, but her body is very, very calm. Where usually it's the opposite. The body can be agitated, and even if you're processing things, like sometimes the body will get more stirred or more agitated. It's kind of sometimes the nature of processing. But if you can get it in the intuitive state, everything kind of just goes calm and quiet as you kind of go through and process things. So.
And Donita, you were unmuted. Did you mean to be?
Hey, Miss Donita.
And just the explanation about fir versus frankincense was very helpful. Thank you.
Okay, good. Yeah. So we're gonna move to page 2 and letter B, which is balancing the 3 brains. So we're gonna take what we just did and we're gonna take it a step further and do a bit of a balancing routine with them. Now, by balancing, you can see there's a list of things that it increases the emanating of light, increases ability to adapt, learning capacity, accelerates physical healing. This has just by itself has a transmuting effect on lower emotions, increases movement of Kundalini, increases awareness or your potential for gathering information. Gathering of information is the precursor to forming memory, so it can actually impact memory. Increases intuition and the intuitive mind, and like this is one that I really like. It helps to align with the mechanism of synchronicity. We can go through the school of hard knocks, or we can go through this process of where like attracts like, and we start putting ourselves in the right place at the right time and make connections in ways that we would never think of before. And this is all tied to synchronicity. Synchronicity is more tied to the intuitive mind. The law of karma is tied more to the logical mind, you know, because it's all about consequences, and so it's not an either or, it's just two sides of the same coin. So with that, you have some choices. Galbanum and myrrh are the two big go-tos here. You have the blend alignment that was from one of the classes that Linda was talking about. Monk's anointing oil, or the blend threshold. One that I could have put here too is Embred. And so first, just start inhaling your oil, get used to it. I am, and it said, did you mean impeccable? Like it's, I was like, actually, yes, it is. That's exactly what I meant. Okay, now you're gonna let it go for a moment. Your awareness is on the sex, the solar, and the brain, all three at the same time. Start taking long, slow, deep breaths with your oil. Now, your awareness is on all three. Balance them out. A third of your awareness on the brain, a third on the solar, a third on the sex chakra. Try to equally balance them out as much as you can. And then pause and let go. Pause, let everything go. Okay, awareness on all three again. You're inhaling. You're balancing out all three. Pause. Check in with your body, your emotions, your thoughts, and what do you notice? Now, active situations, past experiences. Again, what do you notice? Do you notice? Like,
Like I really have to work for a thought at all.
like about anything. Yeah. And what about when you visit your past situations or experiences?
No, those are hard to find too.
So Samantha is saying like she has to work really hard, like even going back to situations that are agitating or a negative past experience. She said, I have to work really hard to be able to catch on to it, like access it. Yeah.
It's almost more agitating trying to like.
She said the agitation comes from trying to remember or trying to connect to those old things rather than the old things being agitating. And how about for you? What do you notice?
I am just really clear.
Yeah.
And my mind is organized.
Yeah. So she said she feels really clear and her mind's really organized. So I'd also say like that usually is also quiet. Like the mind is just, like most times, like you're going around, you're driving to the store and you're thinking, oh, I gotta go to the store, but your mind's also going bat, 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 bat. It's thinking all kinds of stuff. And when it's in more of an intuitive state, you're in a state of observation. Doesn't mean sleepy, doesn't mean like, oh, you're knocked out or you're not thinking, but you're allowing for information to come in so that you can process it. And if you remember what I said at the beginning when we were talking about even how we were doing that first process, the intellect only sees from the past point of view or the conditioned response, right? So if you're looking at some new situation, your mind goes, well, where have I seen this before? What do I know about this? What have I learned about this? What have other people have said about this. I probably need to read something about this. Like, you're going through all the things because you're wanting to know, what am I looking at? Or intuition goes, hey, what's this? Hey, what do we got going on here? Like, oh, ooh, and you start playing with it. And then pretty soon you've generated enough interaction, has produced an experience that now the intellect can go and go, now I have something to process, right? So when the mind is quiet and you're in observation, you're gathering information so that at some point the intellect can process it, but the intellect doesn't gather the information, intuition does, right? So you're in that intuitive state where you're like, oh, what's going on here? And then the mind's quiet. The mind's not going, well, I remember, and I don't know, I have to keep doing this, but in the past, I've had this experience and this feels like this, or I read about this somewhere. Somebody told me about this. I heard about it. This seems similar to, whatever it is, right? You're just going, okay. Okay, we're having an experience, we're taking in information, and then at some point, the intellect goes, well, let's process this. What does this mean? What does this mean for us? How do I maintain this? Do we like this? Do we not like this? It starts going through all its parameters, but you've gathered something new. And if intuition is not involved, you're not gathering anything new. You're going to the past. You're going to old conditioning, an old experience, an old opinion, something that's already been pre-decided, even though you've never seen this situation before. You might have seen something similar, but you haven't really seen it before. So here you're in that spot where you're like, gonna take something in. Okay, what does this mean? Even if you're looking at something that you've looked at 100 times, a lot of times you'll have a different perspective. You'll see it from a different facet. You'll see it from a different point of view, right? And it helps gain a better or fuller picture of even something that's from the past, right? Yeah.
As we sit here, I get happier though. Like it's like
So, and
something-
Samantha said that as she sits here, she gets happier. Yeah, nice.
It's like something.
Yeah,
too.
yeah. So it increases happiness. Huh. Okay, so let's finish this and then we're going to come back and do an experiment again. Okay. So with that, you're going to still use the same oil. I wanted you to have notes from, mental notes from what we just did. And now we're going to begin inhaling with the same oil, but your awareness is on the left side of your body. Left side of your face and neck, your left shoulder, rib cage, your left hip, down the outer thigh, all the way to the ankle. Left side of the body. Yeah, just all down the left. Okay, now move to the front of your body, your face, your throat, your chest, abdomen, pelvis, down the front of your legs, all the way to the tops of your feet. Okay, let that go for a moment. Your right side of your body, right side of your face and neck, your right shoulder, the right ribs, hip, thigh, all the way down to the right ankle on the outside. Now pause.
your backside, the back of your head and neck, your upper back, mid back, your low back. Your hips, down the back of your legs. And then just pause and be still. So what do you notice? After you do the aura like that, what do you notice? Your mind and your thoughts, your emotions, your body. How's your body feel? Then active situations, past experiences. You notice when you go through and look at those situations, it is almost doesn't feel like the same situation. Like it's either less stimuli, more information, but it's not the same, you know. Now, you can always do this before you have to go deal with something difficult. Later, we're going to do a little healing with this. But if you do this on a regular basis, it's not like, okay, I have this meeting tomorrow and I need to do this before I do it. If you just start doing this on a semi-regular basis, you'll just do it in the meeting. Like you won't have to prep it. Like you're you know, with mystical practices, it's not so much a technique that's stimulating a certain kind of action or reaction or outcome. You're developing the ability from the inside out. So at some point, you just start doing it regardless if you've done the technique or not. You know, you're being able to take that ability or that process and stick it in your pocket and like you keep it wherever you go. Where when you're using a technique, you have to use the technique before or during, you know, you have to use it to stimulate this process. And here you're almost doing it the opposite, you know. So before we have our little shares, we just did the aura. Let's go back and revisit what it feels like to balance all three after you've done that, right? So same oil, your awareness is on the sex, the solar, and the brain. You're balancing all three. So a third of your awareness is on the sex chakra, a third is on the solar, A third is on your brain, the best that you can. And then pause and be still. Just keep your eyes closed. Did that go a little deeper? I love asking the questions where I already know the answer. Makes me look so smart.
Drive and sit on the sand on the beach.
Right. So somebody here was saying it's like when you finally arrive and like sit on the sand and like sink into the sand, and like you're not just sitting on the beach, but you're like at the beach, you know, like where you let kind of everything go, and like you're just watching the ocean, and your mind goes quiet and your body relaxes. And somebody says, "Where's your phone?" You're like, "Man, I don't know." You know, where, you know, during a normal day where you know where your phone's at all the time. You're checking it all the time. With it. Oh, Samantha says unless it's me, because I check my phone twice a week. Usually on Wednesdays or no, Mondays and Wednesdays. Kind of. Yeah. Yeah. I have a phone, although I don't have a computer. I just have iPads. Okay. So let's do that one more time just to take it a little deeper. Sex, solar, and brain. You're trying to balance all three evenly. That takes practice too, by the way. Part of what you're doing while you're doing this is by holding all three like this, you're actually fatiguing the intellect, and you're allowing for more intuition to come in. You know, you're giving your intellect not just a task, but three different tasks that it's now having to hold together. And so it's natural for our mind to fixate on something. So here you're making it fixate on something by giving it a task of fixate on all three of these things and now balance it out. And so at one point, your intellectual mind at some point is going to go, I give up. I don't want to do this anymore. Like I'm stressed, like you know that it's going to shut down at some point. And when that does, it allows for more intuition to happen. So it becomes easier to re-educate the intellect to take information from intuition. Not everybody is gathering information from the intuitive side. And then just be still. Well, say judging on what's happening here, it might be good for inducing sleep. So let's maybe share some experiences or ask questions. Yeah, that felt like.
Oh my gosh. It was like at first holding the three, I couldn't do it. I could do one, like one note and then another note and then another note. And then after a while it became a chord
Yeah.
and it just like, it just was like this chord that in harmony. I felt in harmony.
Yeah.
And I had the thought like, why am I apologizing for who I am? Like
Right.
you know, across the board. It was just really good.
Yeah. So she was saying that, you know, it's kind of normal, like when you try to balance things out. Like you go, okay, I'm trying to balance them out, but it's hard to do it right off the bat. I mean, part of what you're doing is you are fatiguing the part of the intellect's tendency for fixation instead of trying to go, okay, stop fixating, stop doing this. You need to, you know, redirect yourself and do this or that. You're like, look, the intellect, that's part of what it does is it fixates, right? That's what it does. So give it a task, make it do what it wants to do, and then do it to the point where it goes, I give up. Right? It's like, you know, how you see in the movies or a TV show where, or, you know, from your youth or whatever, you know, your mom finds a pack of cigarettes or something, goes, okay, you want to smoke cigarettes? You're going to smoke this whole pack. And then you get sick. And then you're like, I never want a cigarette again. Right? It's the same idea, but for the intellect. Okay, you want to fixate? Here, fixate on this. And not only that, balance all three, like fixate on them and balance them. Right? And so what happens over a period of time, the intellect goes, okay, I give up on the fixation for now. Like I'll fixate again, but I need a break, right? And so then you're allowing for a different interaction between the intellect and intuition, and you're allowing for more intuitive thought to come into the mind, right? Because like when the intellect is strong, and it's not used to bringing in intuition has some experience and goes, here's some information, and the mind is like, nope, I didn't generate it. If you don't agree with me, then it's because you're not smart, right? So you fatigue the mind, and then it allows for intuition to come in, and then instead of having this little battle between the two sides, the intellect is just like, okay, whatever. Yes, I'll process it. Yes, I'll change my perceptions and how I see things. Whatever. Like, you know, I was going to do it anyway. You know, all the little weird things that your mind does, right? That's just even like that kind of process that I was just joking about is the intellect trying to maintain itself, right? And so
Is our intellect a teenage girl?
yes, it is our intellect. Apparently, my intellect is a teenage girl, apparently, according to Samantha. And so
OMG. Right?
Flip your ponytail.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
That's funny. Yes.
Right. Right. So, you know, even if you're not aware of the mechanisms, it's still happening. But like after the fact, it's nice to go like, oh, this is what's happening, so that you can utilize it as a tool. Like going back to like Laura was like, okay, I have this project at the end of the week. Like if you know the mechanics of like how 3Brain works, you can go, I'm having a hard time coming up with new ideas. Look at my notes. How do I generate new ideas? And you just start following the steps. You know, I can't tell you how many times where I'm like, I for this class, I have so many notes. They're from all over the place. I don't know what direction to do. I'll sit and I'll do the practice, not even for very long, like 10 minutes. And then I'll go, I'll just have to sit with it for a little while. And, you know, within 5 or 10 minutes, I'm like, shh, I'm writing. Like, shh, shh. You know, no, I never do that, but, you know, anyway.
Go ahead, Robert, then Teresa.
So I want to echo a little bit of what you said about tiring the intellect. Those 3 projects that are sort of in my space at the moment, I was staring at the list for one of them, and I couldn't figure out why it seemed so overwhelming. And this, when we went through this last cycle of 3 brains and balancing it, it dawned on me, some of the things on the list weren't even supposed to be on the list.
Oh,
it's like,
yeah.
oh,
There you go.
the list. It's
Yeah.
like, oh, this project isn't overwhelming anymore. So that's one part of it. I had to say that. There's a part of me, the intellectual side, the computer guy who, you know, brain and logic is a key part of it, that says when I'm sitting down to program, shouldn't I be all logical?
Right.
And part of me, now my intuition stepping and saying, no, not really. You need intuition as well.
Right.
How does that play out in something that's obviously logical?
Well, like, so your potential for problem solving is more intuition, your ability to learn something new and like break out of some sort of repetitive pattern also is intuition. And you know, like going back, like I'm gonna backtrack a little bit. I don't know how directly this impacts your question, but you know, we talk about like, okay, we're going to balance the 3 out. Like we're going to focus on all 3, and then we're going to balance them out to fatigue the intellect. Think of another time where you would utilize that kind of activity. Think of like when you get, you go, okay, I have a deadline. I have to write this paper. I have to write it in 2 weeks. And like the first week you're going, I could write about this. I could write about that. I could bring this in. I could bring that in. Oh, I'm going to make a point about this. And then, you know, I'm all going to do it from a 3rd person perspective. You know, you have all these ideas. 3 days before the event or 2 days before the deadline, you're like, that's out, that's out, that's out, that's out. This is what I'm doing. And I need to be able to do this by the goal. Right. So when you have a deadline, is like the closer you get to the deadline, a lot of times the more you start to go into an intuitive thinking, because you're getting rid of things and you're like going, no, this is the thing that needs to be like expressed or done to achieve the deadline. And if you think about, like, you could be working on some project for 2 years and it's all going fine, except for that few days before the deadline, right? That's when everything comes to a head. When there's a problem, it comes to the surface right before the goal or the deadline. So that idea sometimes where, you know, you study at the last minute, or you're going to do something, but you're like, it's not really flowing until I get close. You know, that is also part of intuitive thinking. So now
going back to what you're talking about, you're having a problem. You know, even with intellect, you can explore the problem. But if you go, I have this problem and I have to have it done by 3 o'clock. Going through a whole list of past experiences is not time efficient. You have to go like, okay, what am I going to do? Like, can you start exploring things that might be from your past, but also might be like, I'm going to look up like new things I can lock into this project, like new types of code, new what do they call the little plugin? I guess the plugins, you know, like how do I problem solve this thing? And you start doing things that are outside of your box or outside of your past experience. That also is intuition. Like that, anytime you're learning something new or stepping out of the box, you're in the intuitive mode. And so even like, you know, I go back to like, I don't have a computer, I just have iPads. The thing that I love about it, it's all pictures, like for one, like my mind can just process it really quickly. And the iPad for me is relatively intuitive, you know, like,
Yes.
if I need this, I can go over here. If I need this, I can go over there. Where when I had a laptop or a desktop, I had to remember processes, like it was not always intuitive, right? And so intuition can also be like mimicking things that you know will work, right? So like I get a new iPad, I don't like sit and read the instructions. I go, it's kind of like the old iPad, but I have to like, you know, mimic some of the, or a new iPhone, I have to mimic some of the things I did on the old one. And then I figure more things out, right? And so
Yes.
even that idea is actually intuition. Yeah.
Okay, well, that makes sense because a lot of the computer customers I help, the typically the older generation, they get stuck in, well, here's the steps I used before,
Right,
and they're
right,
not working.
Right.
And if they just looked at the picture or where
Yeah.
things had moved, they would understand what the new steps were.
Right.
So there's some of that. Okay, that makes sense. It's
Like
really a balance of both.
Pictures and music are more on the intuitive side. Like lines with information is more intellect. Like this means this means that. Step 1, step 2, step 3. That's all intellect.
So that's
But
why
if
I started having chords and music. It was the
Right.
creative side.
Right. So you started
Seeing
hearing or seeing chords. So like Heidi here was doing the process, and she said she started hearing chords of music. And if you think of sometimes like when somebody's getting healing or they do a deep meditation or they'll do some ceremony and they'll go, I think I heard a choir. Like I heard, and it's because the intuition is getting so turned on that you know, all energy has a sound, a tone, right? And so you start picking up on the tones of different kinds of energies, and higher energies can sound a bit like a choir, right? And so people will have those experiences, and it's because they're in intuition.
So changing off that topic slightly, and all three of these are very interrelated, I understand. As we went into that last cycle of balancing the three brains, my intuition said, I got this. My intellect said, no, you don't. I can show you, but I don't have the tool to show you, and you're not doing it. And I know some of that self-doubt in there, but I guess my question is there a tool to know that we really do have it in balance?
Well, if you think about intuition is also like its movement, its essence. And so even if we have it in that moment, but there's still potential for growth, where the intellect sees it as like, oh, I see this, I'm experiencing this, I like this, let's keep it happening the same over and over again.
So So more of a static rather than a
Right,
dynamic.
right. So you're trying to maintain something that's more intellect, but becomes a structure or a state, a state of being. And so, and the state can still be like, oh, I'm in more order than I was, more organized. But intuition is always like this kind of movement or expansive state.
Okay.
So you're never really ever get to where like, oh, I have this expansion and I've arrived. I don't have to do it anymore. It's like, no,
Right.
it's like if you drop the rock in the pond, there's gonna keep being ripples and ripples and ripples and ripples, right? It's the same idea.
Yeah, balance is never permanent. It's always changing because
Yeah.
things around it always change.
And you're dealing with expansion of awareness and consciousness. And so it's always going to have movement. It's always going to feel spontaneous. And, at some point, the intellect takes it and goes, okay, this is good. Let's keep this. Let's repeat this. Let's maintain this, whatever. So that also is good. But when you're in more of the intuitive state and somebody says, what do you think is going to happen? The intuitive mind goes, I don't know. I have no idea. Intellect goes, well, this is probably going to happen. That's probably going to happen. This is what we could expect. That's what we could expect. Like you're basing it on like, okay, this is repeatable, where intuition is just like anything goes and, not going to be the same next time.
Okay. Okay, I like all of that. Thank you very much.
And go ahead, Teresa, then Deanna.
Hey, Teresa.
Hey, very cool. The first go round of the aura, my higher heart took over. So the three centers were balanced, but kind of in the background, and my higher heart was really consuming the threshold. So I thought that was interesting. I'd love to know any of your thoughts on that. And then the second round, it just kind of all four centers fell into balance.
And so would you say was happening the first time?
It was interesting. It was more present. It was more when I went to tune into the three centers, the high heart came forward and it wanted to like take command of the situation, and the focus was really on breathing into that center. And then the three centers that I was balancing were in the background. If that makes sense. So one was more forward, one was more, it's there, I see it, but this is in charge. And then the next go around, of course, my mind's like, oh, you're not doing it right. Make that go away. And I'm like, listen, all four centers want to play, so we're just going to let it go. So I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, but I'd be curious if you did.
It's kind of like what I was saying to Robert, where intuition starts to be this dynamic activity or motion. Expansion. And so as you practice the three brains and balancing them out, you're fatiguing the intellect. And so the intuition kicks in, and it takes the practice of the three brains, balancing out the three brains even deeper and deeper. So it almost like feeds itself. And so I would say almost like every time you do it and then let go and come back to it, it should be a little bit different than the time before. Like you're able to do it a little deeper, like it's a little more dynamic. It's you're starting to feel a greater sense of oneness between the three. And eventually what develops is like a pillar of light. And which is really an activation of the spine. And so the thing is like here we're talking about movement from intellect to intuition, which you could almost say is similar or the equivalent to dreaming, like dream or dream time.
Sure.
There's still something even past that. But if you can't get to intuition, what's past that is irrelevant. You know,
Yeah.
you need to be able to get to that intuitive thing. And so even in this practice of doing the three brains where you're balancing out, you'll start to get flashes of what's past the intuitive part. Like you'll start to get flashes of it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so when you were talking, it's almost like my soul was feeding those centers. It was very, very strong.
Anytime you're dealing with intuition, you're dealing with essence, and essence is always of the soul. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would completely agree with that.
That's how I kind of felt it coming in from the high heart, because I thought that's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You could say also the high heart is activated with soul essence, not lower energy, like lower nature energy. You could try all you want to activate the high heart with lower nature energy, moving it up, doing this, doing that. Nothing's going to happen.
Yeah. Yeah.
You
No.
know, there's certain, like the energy has to be refined or like cooked a bit in particular ways to activate certain things that stimulate the higher faculties. You know, it's not even so much like, oh, I realize this, I realize that. Yes, that's a role, but that even those mechanisms are because, like, if you look at it from an energetic point of view, it's not that things just got stimulated, but the energy got cooked or refined to a certain degree where it starts to produce different results as it interacts with our physiology and our emotions and our mind. And so doing the three brains is like one of the quickest ways to cook that or refine that energy. You know, you break it down and there starts to be, even within energy, there's like 4 components. And so the mix of those 4 components will dictate the quality of the energy.
Absolutely. That makes sense to me. It felt really great.
Good.
All right. Thank you very much.
Just so
And then go ahead, Deanna, then Cynthia.
hey, Deanna.
Hi, Greg. Hi, Sam.
Hey,
How are
how
you
are you?
guys? So, Greg, this morning you said that sometimes when you are like writing down your courses that you use that pattern so your mind gets clear.
Mhm.
It's just because I've been trying to like, like bring life to a project, but I'm so confused. Like I have like 200 ideas and one day I want to do this and next day.
Right.
So what I'm hearing is like, if I follow this pattern,
Right.
I'll be able to be clear and just like
Right.
be sure.
By the end of this weekend, you
Yeah.
should be able to be super clear about your project. And you don't want to turn off the production of ideas, but you also like you want to be able to produce them and then go through, and then with intuition you go, okay, good idea, but not for this. Good idea, not for this. Oh, this will work for this. Oh, like, because intellect will take a lot of time to process the ideas. Intuition will know, like, this will work for the project. This I can use for something else, right? Like, so, the ideas get generated, but like how you quantify and qualify the ideas and the information and how they're going to get used, that's still intuition. Intuition processes things very quickly, makes decisions, and then adjusts and adapts. Where the intellect will take a lot of time to like, okay, well, I have this idea. What about this? What about that? I'm not sure if it's going to work. It like processes things very slowly, and it kind of has to do by trial and error, right?
Yeah.
And there's a quality of it, like I can make a wrong decision, right? I need to be right. Where intuition goes, I'm gonna make a decision. If it's wrong, I'll adjust.
Yes.
Like sometimes you'll see somebody who, like, God, they go into situations, and even if they don't know anything, they just seem like really super confident when they go in there. and do it, it might not be that they're confident, it might be that they're more intuitive. They don't know that like, oh, I need to do this and not be wrong. They just go, I'm going to go do this. I'm going to start playing with it. Let's see what happens. Like, I don't know. And it looks like confidence, but it actually is more intuition.
Great. Perfect.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just gonna stick to the class. Thank you so much.
Perfect.
And then go ahead, Cynthia.
Hey, Cynthia.
Hi. So I had to take a phone call and I may have missed it, but I wanted to ask about the use of threshold here with the 4 sides of the body versus the protection, the 4 steps of the protection protocol. Would threshold be something to use if maybe you're doing the 4 steps, like from last weekend? We had 4.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
We
Okay.
did physical, mental, emotional, spiritual.
Yeah.
If you're doing that practice normally, is threshold like a go-to? I only have a moment. Or is it a whole different purpose here?
The idea of protection, like protection is like 3 brains doesn't really necessarily cultivate protection, but protection helps the development of 3 brains.
Okay.
And part of why that is when we're having our inner experiences, we like go through and we're like, oh, I have this realization, I have this insight, I'm being reflective, I'm practicing awareness. I've just done a meditation and I experienced the light. And I was making the joke last weekend. Oh, I have this deep experience and realization. I feel this light. Okay, but now I gotta go to Costco. And how quickly does that realization, that light and bliss get sucked right out of you, right? And part of it is when we go through and we interact with things in the environment, it's natural for the mind, especially the intellect, to fixate on things that are negative because it's trying to prevent pain, it's trying to have positive experiences, it's trying to produce a desired result, right? And so part of what happens is we kind of fixate on the things that potentially can cause us pain, but wherever we put our attention on, wherever we put our fixation on, becomes our reality. So we start attracting things that are potentially negative into our mental, physical, emotional body, whatever it is, so that becomes a part of your reality. So seeing something negative in the environment, like, yes, at first we're like, oh, I don't feel the peace, but then you'll notice you start kind of criticizing a little bit, or you start grinding on the details, and it's due to that potential for fixation. And so the idea of doing protective practices is to calm that down so that, for one, you're able to emanate light more. But then in the situations, because you're doing protective practices, it allows the mind to calm down, and it doesn't feel the need to like point out all the negativity around you, because it's a little bit protected. So it's like, in a way, it relaxes the mind, it relaxes the emotions, and it relaxes the instinct so that it can have different experiences. So this is why it actually helps to augment or cultivate intuition, is because it allows the mind to not feel the need to fixate so much. So then you go out to Costco, the light doesn't retract, and even you have like a negative experience, you almost see like the goodness in it rather than the negative thing, right? And so after a period of time, it starts to be where the protection almost becomes irrelevant, because you've re-educated how the intuition and intellect have been interacting. And now when you look at something, like it could be a bad experience, and you go, yeah, but like some goodness will come out, and it's really not as damaging as as my emotions would like to say it is, right? And there's really an opportunity here, like you're already seeing the light in the situation. And so, long story short, going back to the threshold, the reason why, like threshold, and in the old days, I would use saffron for this, but saffron's really super hard to get. Like, I'm not even sure that it's going to get distilled anymore. And so, the threshold and the saffron diminishes the tendency to react to painful stimuli. And so that's why it's protective, is like you can look at something that is potentially like a negative stimuli or negative projection, and even if it's somebody grinding on you, and your body almost like won't process it like it's like a negative projection. It just goes, eh. And then you can process it and have your intuitive reaction. But in the intuitive state, even if somebody projected something super negative at you, it doesn't stick, because the thing that makes it stick is the intellect. The intellect takes the negative projection and goes, oh, this is what we do now. Like, this person's been saying really negative things. This must be the truth. Let's maintain this. Let's keep this. Or intuition is like, no, I don't agree with that. Next. Like, just, was it swipe left or swipe right or whatever it is on the, what is it on the app? Swipe left. Yeah.
Dating app.
It's a dating app. Yeah, that was a test.
Okay. No, that
So,
makes
but you get the idea, like
so
the
much sense.
threshold and the intuition is like being in situations where the stimuli would be agitating to you, and it's almost like it would reduce it. Like, here's what I would say, like even beyond that, the more the intuitive mind gets kicked in, you'll start perceiving negative situations before they even have presented themselves. And so, it's a thing like amongst yogis and swamis and things, that they have to do practices, because like, say somebody is coming for like a blessing to a yogi or something like that, but like on the way they're talking crap about the yogi. Well, as soon as they get there and they go, oh, yogi, can I have a blessing? The yogi's usually very aware that you are talking crap about him, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So then the yogi will just like kind of, like I've read stories where the yogi like will chew the person out, but for what they were doing, not in his presence, right? But he knows, because he has like intuition. And so people will say, well, that was like a weird reaction. It's a weird reaction from the point of view of intellect. From the point of view of intuition, he knew what was happening, right? And the intellect doesn't get it, but the intuition totally gets it, right? So even the idea of working with threshold and like saffron and things like that is that negative things can be coming your way, and there's not a lot you can do to stop it, but you can handle how you react it and not be caught off guard, and be kind of prepared and avoid it if you can. But if not, you kind of take the bull by the horns. The saffron and the threshold help with that substantially, like it just, you can see something coming and just be like almost like non-reactive to it.
Okay, super helpful.
Like I've told this story where like there's this one person I went and talked to him for like months and months, and not really got a story in my head about him, nothing. And then I'd wake up and I'd be, that person, and like be like upset and a little bit angry at him. And I'm like, where's that coming from? That is ridiculous. Like, I have no idea why that's there. later that day, I get a phone call and they do something obnoxious. And I was like, there you go. Felt it coming. Like totally felt it coming, you know? And especially with this one person, I mean, he like, I won't talk to him for like 6-8 months at a time. And then I'll wake up a little bit annoyed. And sure enough, there's an interaction like that day or the next day. Right. And so, yeah. And then like, I'll give another example. There's this one person, not really in my life, but like at one point was. And like, I could always just sense like, something weird with this person. Like, you know, there was just some weird agitation. And, you know, we haven't interacted for years and there's no plan of interacting in the future. But, you know, we're still aware of each other. We just don't talk anymore. And I just found out that that person got diagnosed with cancer. And that's what I was sensing, like that they were having some big issue and, you know, hadn't put a lot of thought to it. It wasn't thinking about them, but just every once in a while I'd feel like there's just this weird feeling, this weird sensation. And then if I thought about the person, it would be stronger. And then the cancer diagnosis came and I was like, that's what that was. And, you know, as soon as I realized what it was, like, I don't feel the weird sensation anymore. So it will be indicators of information or things coming your way. And it's part of the mechanism of how you put yourself in the right place at the right time. Is you sense things before they're really going to happen or happening. Yeah.
Okay, that's really helpful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And then go ahead, Kathy, then Ralph.
Hey, Kathy.
Hi there. Oh, this was so fun.
Oh, good.
I was the intuitive self answered a phone call, which I normally wouldn't.
Mm-hmm.
And it was about a project that I'm really excited about. It's really going to be fun. And then my logical brain kicked in and went, oh, you've got to prepare. And then we did the exercises and I went, it'll be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm so excited.
Good. Well, good
Yeah,
for you to have something fun
thanks.
and exciting on the horizon.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I didn't even ask how much they were going to pay me. It'll be fun.
That's when the logical mind like kicks in. Like, yeah, this will be fun. This will be nice. Now logic. And
Yeah.
what's the pay?
Yeah, it'll be fun. It's one of my favorite topics.
Good.
Yay. And that helped me balance out and not get all stressed out. So thank you.
Good.
And then go ahead, Ralph.
Hey, Ralph.
Hey, Greg, got an oil question for you.
Yes.
So on these last items, you know, you had the kit had threshold. I was using galbanum, and then you were talking about saffron. So if threshold's 100% effective, well, how much effective is galbanum?
Yeah, it's pretty darn effective.
Pretty darn effective.
Galbanum does something very similar. I mean the same, but like similar, not exactly the same. But galbanum is very good for reducing like that pain and the pain response. But I would say galbanum has an interesting little twist where the use of galbanum helps you to do the right thing. You know, like the more appropriate thing, the thing that's in like greater alignment, or that will align you better. And so that's why it's in a lot of the anointing oils in the Christian and Jewish or Kabbalistic teachings, is because of this potential for helping with alignment and helping one to do the right thing. Or like I say the right thing, but it's It's helping one it's helping one like align with the light is like probably a great way of saying it. Like it's in the Kabbalistic teachings, they say if you take galbanum every day, it reduces your potential to sin. And sinning is really just refusal of light, love, and power. Like really, if you boil it down, that's all it is. It's just refusals of either light, of love, or of creative destruction. Yeah.
Okay. In doing 3 brains, is there a particular oil for body healing or increasing health? Are
It
those?
depends. So like later, what we'll be doing is we'll be doing interactive things with things we know about symptom-oriented treatments, but then we'll integrate it with doing things with 3 brain.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Good.
So it would depend on what we're trying to treat.
Okay.
We're
All
going
right.
to do a whole wave of that, not this weekend, but in later times, like playing like a foundation, and then it's going to be more interactive with not just 3 brains, but with some other pieces as well.
Okay.
Like we did the foundation of mystical healing. That's going to be play a role. And remember even the Sandalphon technique with the 7 different layers of the aura. That's all making its way back to some of these interactive things that we're going to be doing.
Fun stuff. All right.
Yeah.
Good deal.
And then go ahead, Babette.
Hey, Miss Babette.
Let's get you on.
Sorry, yes, there we go. And I'm trying to figure out who and what is this oil. Sorry, there we go. And it says anointing oil. It says enhanced meditation, healing, and psychic something or other. And also it's a traditional oil to apply to the forehead. That's the blurb on the back says. But sorry, there we go.
That's from a super long time ago.
Super long. Well, you can tell from the it's white label with the caduceus and the leaves and the blue pearl.
I have to go
assume.
back and look up my old recipes. I couldn't tell you what it is.
So we don't know if that's going to even useful in place of monk's anointing oil or anything.
I make about 30 different anointing oils. Most of them
Never mind.
Yeah. So I would say no.
Okay, well, I would be interested in knowing what it is. I mean, if it's still of any, what I can do with it. It still smells good and it's full bottle and it's looks pretty good. So I would love to, if you do figure out what it is, that would be great. And it was originally $22, probably 15 years ago, better than 10 years ago, because you can just tell by how old the label is.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
And then we did have some shares as well. Right when we finished that last process, not the whole thing, just doing the balancing of the sex, solar, and brain. Someone said, my mind said I had to experience that negative situation for learning. And then after the process, we had a couple people say, I loved the notes turned into a chord, and thinking of each brain center as a musical note and the 3 brain centers together as a musical chord really helped me to balance out the 3.
Oh, nice.
And thank you so much, Greg, for clarifying in such a humorous way between the 2, intellect and intuition. It was exactly how it went. And at a certain point,
that's why it was funny. It's kind of universal. We all go through it. Yeah.
And at a certain point, I dosed a dose of that moment in balance with the 3.
Nice.
Could you do this balancing throughout the whole day?
You could, but I mean, it does take a little bit of time for you to to like sit and do it. And I would say probably don't do it right before you go to bed. You can, it will enhance dreams, but sometimes what happens, I did this just last night. I did a little bit, I fell asleep, dreams started happening, and I had to wake up twice to do a brain dump because so much information was coming. And it did interrupt the sleep a little bit. You know, I was sleeping great, and then I was like, oh, this is important. Yeah, I'm done with that. And then an hour later, this is still important, you know. Stuff like that happens. And so better during the day so that you can already be awake and do it. But if you do it at night, it will make you process in your sleep.
I've been hearing the Bjork song, It's Oh So Quiet, in my head since the second exercise. The
Okay.
lyrics very appropriate to the work for me.
Yeah, very nice.
Perfect balance of alertness and calm.
Oh, nice.
And then last question before lunch, what's in threshold?
Let me look it up. It's galbanum, ambrit, myrrh, ginger lily, and helichrysum. It used to have saffron in it, but I made an adjustment with the ambret just because we can't get saffron. You know, maybe it's going to come back around, but right now, kind of not. So.
Great. And I think
That's it. Okay, so how about we'll come back at 2:25. No, that's wrong. 2:40. Hey, everybody, let's go ahead and come on back. Okay, so we're going to do the thing that we did right before lunch, but we're going to target a particular situation. So close your eyes for a moment and think of either an active situation or some past experience, you know, something that was a little upsetting, a little triggering, a little something. And think about it. Tap into it, observe it. Could be a pattern, could be a single event. Okay, now let it go. Just let it go. Pull out your whatever you're using, galbanum, myrrh, alignment, threshold, monk's anointing oil. You're not thinking about that situation anymore. Now you're thinking of the three brains. You're balancing your awareness on the sex, the solar, and the brain. And then let it go. Just let it go. Go back to the situation. Same situation, past experience, whatever it is, observe. Okay, let it go. Again, your awareness is on the sex, the solar, the brain, all three at the same time, and you're inhaling the oil. And then pause and let it go. Just let it go. Again, connect to that same active situation or past experience. And you're taking nice, well, just connect with it right now. Balance all three. Sex, solar, brain. Take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause. Now, again, check into that active situation, past experience. And what do you notice? What do you notice about that situation, that past experience as you go back and look at it? Every time, did it seem the same or did it seem like something was shifting? Okay, so you notice how it feels now. Let's do an extra piece where we do the 4 sides. Right, we're doing the aura. So you're using your same oil. Begin with the left side of your body. Left side of your face and neck, your left shoulder, your left ribs, hip, down the outer leg, all the way down to your outer ankle. Let that go for a moment. Now, down the front side of you, your face, your throat, your chest, abdomen, pelvis, down the front of your legs, your shins, the tops of your feet. We're still on the front side of your body. Just be still. The right side of your body, right side of your face, neck, your shoulder, right ribs, right hip, down the outer leg to the outer ankle, all on the right side. Long, slow, deep breaths. Still taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then be still. And then your awareness is on the back side. Back of your head, neck, your upper back, mid back, your low back and hips, down the back of your legs, all the way down to your heels. Okay, pause. Just let it incubate for a moment. Now, think of the active situation. Think of the past experience. What do you notice? What do you notice? So you feel that way with the four. What about the first part? Like, what did you notice? Yeah. So you can see, like, this is what Samantha was saying, like when you did the 3 where you're balancing the 3, it's hard to latch onto it. Like it's hard to reach out and really grab onto something. When you do the 4 parts of the aura, it just gets quieter and farther away, right? You're getting bigger and it's getting quieter, right? And how about for you, Heidi? What do you notice?
Yeah, I had a really acerbic interaction I was using, and it's becoming smaller.
Yeah. So completely different. Samantha gets bigger, and for Heidi, the situation gets smaller. I'm joking because that's the same thing. Like, yeah. But it's interesting. They both had kind of a similar experience. Let's go ahead and share or ask questions. You can unmute yourself or type in.
I've gone from awareness of anger to feeling ineffectual.
Nice. Yeah. So you could see, like, even if we didn't do any of the things that we're going to do later today or tomorrow, just doing this piece, especially adding the part where you fortify the energy body, the aura, it just makes everything kind of in the distance. It doesn't make you feel like you're in the moment. Like, you know, that's the thing, like I was saying before lunch, trauma, if you look at it from an energetic point of view, it's still stuck in our system and it still feels like it's happening. You just have distraction with other things going on in your life so that you're not completely paying attention to that, but it's always a little bit there, right? Until it gets addressed. And then it stops doing that. But if you ever have something where it just, you know, it's in your head and you're having a hard time letting it go, there's probably some sort of trauma related to it. You might not see it as trauma. You're just like, oh, that person was a jerk, and but there was still some trauma there, so that it still is in the mind and a little bit active, right? So the mind recalls it to try to resolve it. So by going through and doing this, you're beginning the process of resolving it. Like it's done, it's already passed, like you're letting it go, right? And so you could keep doing cycles of it with this until it just feels pretty resolved. You might need to tune it up from time to time, but you know, sometimes it's something inside us, sometimes it's the connection outward, a lot of times it's both. So if you cut off the thing on the outside, it becomes easier for you to process something inside you. If you're not cut off from that external thing and it's still kind of feeding you energy and stimulating the mind, as much as you process it, it just gets re-triggered, you know, the next opportunity, right?
A question came in.
Yeah.
When we do the left, front, right, and back side of the body, are we cleansing or purifying the aura?
You're fortifying it. Yeah. I mean, it has a cleansing effect too, but it's more you know, we think of the aura as just being this thing around us, but it has properties and functions as well. And you're addressing some of the properties and functions. Just like we're doing a deep dive on the 3 brains. At some point we're going to do a deep dive on the aura and like what the aura is doing and the mechanisms and why we do different things on the aura, not just one thing over and over again.
Thanks. That's all we got for this.
Okay, so let's do this. Let's jump down to page 3. In here, we're doing the transmutation process. Okay. So this helps to facilitate a shift in perception It helps to shift intellect to intuition. It purifies instinctual responses substantially, but also emotions and thoughts. Diminishes chaotic energy, negative behaviors associated with conditioning. It helps to diminish karmic patterns, and it helps to cultivate the inner sense. So choose something out of the list. And the ones that got the kit for purchase, you're going to choose spikenard, but there's a whole big long list of things you can choose from. Okay, so we've been checking in with the active situation or the past experience and how we feel and think and how our body's doing. So let's just jump right in. You have whatever oil you're using. Your awareness is on the soles of your feet. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the soles of your feet. Your low back, opposite the navel. Then the back heart. Awareness is on the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. Awareness is on the crown. And then just be still. Just be still. Do that again. Awareness on the soles of the feet. Up to your low back, the backside of your navel, known as the Mingmen. And then the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. And then the top of the head. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the top of your head. Your awareness is on your crown. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. Now, check in with your active situation, your past experience. What do you notice? Okay. So now we're going to do the progressive step of doing all three at once. So your awareness is on your low back, the back heart, which is between your shoulder blades, and the top of your head, all three at the same time. The low back, back heart. Yeah. And then just pause and let it go. Again, the low back area, which is the main, the back heart, and the crown, all three at the same time. And then let's go back and do the first. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the soles of your feet. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then the low back, opposite the navel. Your awareness is on the back heart. Then the crown, the top of the head. The awareness is on the top of your head. And then be still. Your awareness is on the Mingmen, the back heart, and the crown, all three at the same time. You're aligning all three Your awareness is on each center equal parts. A third on the main min, a third on the back heart, a third on the crown. Just be still. Let everything go. Just be still. Now, in the stillness, observe your active situation or your past experience, and just keep observing it, and let's just see what happens. You're still observing your active situation or your past experience. Now, as you observe your past experience or active situation, what do you notice? What is happening when you're doing it from the place you're in right now? Okay, let's have some shares, questions. First off, I'd be very curious, after you've done the process where we balanced all three and you observed like how we did at the very end, when you were looking at your past experiences or your active situation, what did you notice happened after you sat and observed it for just a little tiny bit? What did you know?
For me, it really dissociated, I don't know a better word for it, disidentified me from taking it personally. And I
Right.
realized it became so clear when I took out my own drama about it that I was the tire being kicked of the car that somebody didn't like the car.
Mm. So what she said in a nutshell was like when she observed it, that she stopped taking it personal, and it was just almost like a person kicking a tire of a car, but a car that they didn't want. Right. Yeah.
You're mad at the car.
Right. And how about for you? What did you notice?
I mean, I think I fell asleep, but
You fell asleep. I can't confirm that.
but the experience in that sleep was amazing.
So when you're looking at the past event or the active situation, part of what can happen here sometimes is you'll notice like Heidi had an experience where she like it totally changed her perception. You tend to go into a deeper level of observance rather than projection or preconceived thought. And you can even start to enter into a place where you just start almost expanding like you would in meditation. Part of what's happening excuse me. Part of what's happening when you're putting your awareness on the Mingmen, the back heart, and the crown at the same time is you're starting to establish the spine as a pillar of light. And what starts to happen is that's a deeper level of harmonization of the three brains, for one. But two, it's like your ability to emanate light and your ability to receive things that even if it's a negative projection, it's just like what Heidi said. There was a negative perception, but as it comes in and it hits the light of the spine, it's like, yeah, that person's like that with everybody. You know, like it wasn't personal. It's just they were standing in front of me at the time, or I was standing in front of them and they behaved a particular way. Like she made it like kicking the tire of a car that they were angry at, or just didn't even see her as a person. It was just like this thing and this reaction. And it changes the dynamic of how you interact with these things, either in the now or how you interact with the things from the past. And it starts being more where you have realizations rather than like triggers. Like you're like Heidi had the realization like, oh, kind of wasn't about me. The person was just being a jerk and, you know, hitting on something that it didn't like or was angry at. And, you know, a lot of times that's what situations are. People aren't sitting and going, I'm going to get you. I'm going to say this or I'm going to say that. They're just in their own real world. They're saying the things that they say, they do what they do. And, you know, sometimes it's hurtful to people. Sometimes it's obnoxious. They usually don't think it out. We would like to think that they do, but they don't. Uncle Bobs aren't that smart. They don't sit and form all these strategies. They're just reactors. You know, they're just mediocre behaves like mediocre. Yeah, it is.
And go ahead, Uwe, and then Dan.
Hey, Uwe.
Hi, Greg.
Mhm.
I've got some sharing to do.
Oh, good.
The sharing is all that you have just said just now. And also I could be aware of some warm energy upon my spine.
Okay.
And going through the whole sequence at the end, it was a situation back then. At the end, I could caress that person with so much love.
Good. Perfect. Yeah.
So what's on the warm, fuzzy?
Most likely it's like low energies moving up. Like, so you're getting a potential activation and a little bit of Kundalini moving up, or just lower energies moving up, which means they're being more refined. And so, like, when we look at like these old situations, they're negative because they usually involved a lot of lower energy, either from the other person or from us, or both, or whatever. So even when we look at these situations, some of it is we're moving the energy up to be more refined, and it's almost like you're moving up and out of that situation, or you're disentangling so that you just walk away from it. Like you're changing the frequency so you're not just stuck in that loop of being upset, being hurt, whatever it is, over and over again.
Okay, got that.
Yeah.
And there was also another observation, if you get clarity for me on that. It was that at the left side of my brain, call it like that, sometimes it's getting a little bit heavy, quote unquote, or maybe a little bit stiff.
Yeah. Most likely that's just some old stuff coming out. Like when we do this practice, the left side of your brain expels a lot harder than the right. And a lot of it is like old ways of doing things, opinions, thought processes, repetitive thoughts, like all those things. Some of that's getting flushed out of the brain and the mental body. So that's probably what you're feeling.
Okay, so on that being said, the bestest of way is just getting through it, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Like you could inhale like a little frankincense or a little sage, and a lot of times that will, even cistus will just like flush that out of the brain.
All right, Greg. Very, very so much grateful for all of us.
You're so.
And then go ahead, Dan.
Hey, Dan.
Hey, to coin what someone said earlier, drop bottle, check.
Yeah.
I had a couple of questions. Just to comment on this though, it took me a while to remember what the experience was. I mean, I had to think about it a couple of times to actually get the words around it again. But once I did, it was like kind of translucent and had holes in it. The situation. Yeah. That's a thought kind of thing.
Yeah.
So the other questions that I did have, it seemed a little easier to go to the three centers on the back, on the spine, than it was on the front. I mean, I'd have to kind of think about it on the front to get them aligned for a moment.
The other one, we've been practicing longer, for one.
Okay.
And two, because they're all transmuting, it's like easier to hold your attention on them because it's moving the energy up and out. Like sometimes with the other, like you're processing things and it's not transmuting. So sometimes it takes a little bit for the chakra to kick it out. It still gets kicked out, but those three centers, I mean, that's what they do, is they transmute, they raise the vibration of things. And so it becomes easier and easier with that one because of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then there's another transmutation pattern, I think, besides the one we just did from the souls, Mingmen, back, heart, and crown. There's like a basic back, spleen, Mingmen, then back, heart, and crown.
Yeah, that does something different. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. What's the difference?
Yeah.
this helps to transmute like lower vibrational energies in the body, lower emotions at the back heart, and then the crown, lower mental activity, where the component where you do the basic, the spleen, the Mingmen, and then the crown.
Yeah, or the crown. Yeah.
You're transmuting elementals, like you're transmuting patterns.
Okay.
Yeah. So even transmuting is not even the best word for it. It's almost like you're shifting the body into a different state, like if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like you know, sometimes when we're not feeling good, if you stood back and said, well, what state is the body in? A lot of times it would be it's in a chaotic state. You know, it's in a state where it's got an illness, it may be stressed out, you know, certain systems aren't working the way they should, or they're not aligned with the other systems in the body. There could be emotional patterns that are causing us or motivating us to behave and act in a particular way. And so it's literally like when you go through and you do that pattern, you're shifting the state that the body is in. Like you're making it more organized. You're making it like less chaotic and more organized.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I mean, I know that sounds kind of similar, but that they are actually very different.
No, I kind of
Yeah.
get it. I
Yeah.
kind of get it. Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
I nodded off at the end. That wasn't me. Somebody else did it. The memories of being sexually harassed and the feeling that came with it shifted into realizing that these are just memories that are nothing but images in my mind. I could observe the image, but had no attachment to the image being anything that the image had anything to do with me anymore. At the beginning was feeling a lot of fear about current situation, which is ongoing, not yet resolved. But now I feel much more calm and not quite as strong as fear now.
Good.
I feel so much energy moving through now. Holy moly. Also not me. I just
Okay. So let's see. Anything else we want to talk about with that particular thing? I think we're good. I think we're needing a break. Let's see. Oh yeah, perfect. Okay, so how about we'll take a break? We'll come back at 1/4 after. Hey everybody, let's come on back. We are on the top of page 4, doing letter D. Now, this part, it's related to the 3 brains, but it's not 3 brains. And this is a process to rapidly clean the chakras. So by going through and doing this process, which we've done before, right? We've done this process before. But when you're doing 3 brain work, it's a way to rapidly clean out the chakras. You're breaking out patterns. So whatever you think about prior, like, so you're thinking like, okay, this past event, it's going to purify the chakras associated with that. And then you go, well, my shoulder hurts. You sit, put your awareness on the shoulder, you do this process, it helps heal the shoulder. And then you go, well, I have this thing that I'm trying to do, but I just can't get the wheel started.
I get a little overwhelmed. You sit and you think about the project, you do this, and then it clears up the blockages associated with the potential project. So depending on how you direct it, it could be healing for a lot of different things. And so we've done very simple versions of it. I think a couple of weeks ago we did do this more advanced version, but it definitely should be considered part of your 3-brain practice, because it is a way to do deep healing very, very quickly, right? So if you go through, it reduces the effects of psychic attacks, it purifies the area below your feet, that is important, because like all your behaviors and your opinions and your actions, all that accumulates down below your feet. And so at some point, the negative things that we've done, those things have to be transmuted. And again, they lie down below your feet. Reduces contamination, accelerates healing, raises vibration of the body, very purifying to the chakras, and reduces negative thinking. So when I used to go, like in the early days, and I'd go to places and I needed to do like a little talk with oils, I'd do either the talk on PTSD or I'd do this process. And the thing about doing this process, people would have spontaneous healings for all kinds of different conditions. Like somebody would have a bad shoulder, and then somebody would have a bad back, and then somebody had, a bunch of mucus in their lungs, and whatever it was. And we'd go through and we'd do this process, and everybody had an improvement in whatever the condition was. The process was always the same, but we could address different issues because of how we directed it in the beginning. So if you don't do anything, you have a purified effect on the energy body. But if you go, okay, I'm thinking of this thing in the past, I'm thinking of this event, I'm thinking of this person, I'm thinking of this goal that I hope to do. I'm thinking of my bad back. Like I put my attention on my back, put my attention on my shoulder, and then you would do this process. So traditionally we'd use hyssop, but sage works just as well. And it can be any form of sage except for clary sage would still work, it just won't work as well. But regular sages or hyssop are the two things to really use here. Okay, including hyssop supreme and sage supreme. And I think in the kit we gave them Blue Mountain sage. So we went fancy for you guys for this. Blue Mountain sage is probably the most potent sage across the board for just about anything. Okay, so I'm going to talk you through it, and this does have some slight variations, but we're going to do it several times. So if you want, you can see here it says front heart, hold area for healing in the heart. So that just means whatever you want to heal, think about it with your awareness on the heart.
Someone's asking Solomon's hyssop.
If you don't have any other hyssops, that would be fine, but regular hyssop or sage would actually be more potent. Okay, so your attention's on whatever part of your body. You can inhale oils for this part, or you can just put your attention on that part of your body situation. You want to do your past event or active situation, or you have something that's unresolved and needing to, be worked out with somebody or some situation. Go ahead and put your awareness on that. Okay, so now your You're moving to your back heart. You can let go the visualization and you're just having your awareness on the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. Your awareness is on your navel. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your navel. Now 1.5 inches below your navel. Now, from there, you're going to shoot your awareness through your body, coming out at the backside of your navel. Like you're just shooting through the body, coming out on your spine. And then just keep your awareness there for just a couple moments. Now your awareness is on the outer part of your body, the sides. And you're going from that low back area. You're putting your awareness on the sides of your body, kind of floating your awareness around the body, coming back to the navel again. So you go from the Ming Men, float it around the sides of the body, coming back at the Ming Men. Or excuse me, coming back to the navel. And then move your awareness up to the crown, the top of the head. And then just be still. Let everything go. Whatever you are working on, if it was in your body, check your body. If it was an external situation, past experience or active situation, check in with that. If it's a person, check in with that person. Hey, let's do that again. Awareness is on your heart. You're contemplating that same thing, whatever you're doing healing on. Move your awareness to the back heart. Start taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Awareness is on your navel. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is an inch and a half below your navel. This is the navel minor, an inch and a half below your navel. Okay, so again, we're going to go from here. You're going to shoot, you're going to move your awareness through your body, coming out at your low back. Just go through your body, come out the low back. You're going to let your awareness sit there for a few minutes, like a minute or so. Then, here's your low back area. You're going to bring your awareness around the sides of your body back to the navel. So you're going to go from your low back. You're just going to follow at that same level, that same spot. You're going to fold it around and then come back to the navel. Okay. So move your awareness through the body, come out on the back side. Now, move your awareness around the outer part of your body, like out on the hips. You're moving it around, and then coming back to your navel. You're letting it sit there for a moment. And then move your awareness to the crowd. And then just pause and be still. Just pause and be still. Should we stop and talk that part out, or do you think we're good? How about this? Before we move on, because I'd like to do this several times so you get the good feel for it. But we have that technical part. So let's just make sure that everybody is good with that. Let's open it up to questions, but let's just keep it about like this process that we're doing.
Just questions or shares too?
Yeah, you could do shares as well. Yes, yes.
I have a question. With the shoot through your navel, you
Mhm.
shoot to the back and then there's like a fountain that comes around?
Yeah, like so Heidi was saying like you shoot it from your navel to the back and then like a fountain it kind of squirts around the sides. Yeah, you could, yeah, however your visualization works. The way I was taught is they would say float it around, like, you know, but it's like when you're coming from your navel and you're shooting it to the backside, you're not just moving it kind of slowly, you're kind of going like you're moving it kind of fast. And then you sit with it for a minute and then you just, it doesn't matter the pace there, like you just kind of like Heidi said, like a fountain, like squirting it around the side. Doesn't have to be fast. The one from the navel to the back, best to do it kind of quick, where you just go, ugh. But after that, you can just float it around. But let's make sure if somebody else has questions or wanted to do a share.
When you say low back, do you mean Meng Meng?
Yeah, Ming Men-ish area. Yeah.
Thank you.
And go ahead, Barbara.
Hey, Miss Barbara.
Okay, just a quick share because I've already had an amazing insight here.
Good, very good.
Related to the situation, and I had a dream recently related to this, and someone appeared, and the theme was forgiveness, and I thought they were asking for my forgiveness, and now it's totally clear to me that they want me to forgive this other person.
Oh,
It's amazing. Thank you.
yeah, that's interesting.
Insight also that came up with this
Mhm.
from the other one, which is not just with that woman who was angry with me, who was kicking the tire, but dropping or letting go of all the drama of what I make meaning or project onto others.
Mhm.
That just like is a step of how to do that.
Oh, so boy, that was a big insight. So she was saying that, you know, she had the insight a little while ago about the person kicking the tires of like a car that they're mad at, you know, in the situation. So she was felt like she was being removed from it. And now she said, like, how did you say it again? Like,
Just like apply that everywhere else.
Right,
Is
like-
where I make my own drama by attaching meaning to things.
right.
And just seeing that and
Right.
being able to drop it.
So she was saying that like she has a realization that in different situations she has projections or you know apply some meaning to something when it was not really what was happening or accurate, and it causes like her own little drama, like we all do it, right? And so to be able to recognize it is huge. And so yeah, I mean sometimes the meanings, you know, might be just you get caught up in the moment or it's justifying something. But sometimes it's even a byproduct of another situation that you're trying to make sense out of, but you're using the situation now, you know, and it doesn't matter why. It's just that it's happening. And so,
Well, it's like a lot of times I just like if I don't feel respected by somebody, I
Mhm.
feel dissed,
Mhm.
then I just am burned and
Mhm.
totally in reaction internally about it. And then when I do this work, I could see that maybe they did some behaviors that weren't respectful, but I don't have to attach that meaning to it.
Right,
It's not-
right. So she was saying, like, sometimes, with the kind of work that she does, like, if somebody wasn't being kind of respectful, that she would feel burned. And now it makes it like, yeah, they maybe have behaviors that they're saying, but it doesn't have to be personalized, and people say weird things, obnoxious things, or things that are just not thought out, like, all the time. And they usually don't mean anything, usually, not every time, but they just are not paying attention, or they're not thinking about you, or they're just have a different opinion or whatever. And we could go on and on about that one. That's kind of a big one.
All right, 2 more clarifying questions.
Mhm.
Do we let awareness linger on the sides of the body before getting to the navel, or at the same time as awareness on the navel?
Wait, the last part again.
Do we let awareness linger on the sides of the body before we get to the navel, or at the same time as awareness on the navel?
I think so you can move the energy kind of fast. I usually let it linger a little bit. Like, I kind of let it start floating around, and I kind of go real slow. I don't know. It feels like it makes it a bit stronger, not massively, but a bit. And then when you get around to the front, that's when you put your awareness on the navel and just hold it there. Yeah.
And then a second clarifying question. We were shooting from the navel minor to the Meng Meng, then around the sides to the navel while inhaling.
Inhaling and exhaling is not super important here. Just shoot it back and then float it around, and then awareness on the navel. Don't worry about, like, trying to do the breath or
Do we do it just once, not several times?
do it once a cycle. Yeah. So what's happening there is, when you take that energy from the navel and you shoot it back and then float it back around, it's like you're cooking the energy, like you're incubating the energy, and you're changing the dynamic, and you're making the energy a lot more fluid, right? A lot more fluid. So it makes it easier for things to flush out, and it makes it easier for things to integrate, right? And so even when you look at Kundalini, like, and you're doing, say, a Kundalini meditation or whatever, the intellect and the level of discomfort's not the right word, but you know how, like, right as something's about to change, it feels a little weird and uncomfortable, like, or like when you meet a new person and you're interacting with them, and it's like that weird, awkward thing for a minute until you make a connection. Like, that is happening in your body sometimes. It's a kind of threshold, right? And so a lot of times when we're circulating the energy in a meditation where we're manually moving the energy, part of what happens is we'll get to a spot and we'll start to feel uncomfortable kind of quickly. And so we move kind of fast, right? Like, when we move it, we're moving it, but like, you're supposed to be circulating Kundalini energy, in whatever practice that you're doing, you down the front, up the back, or down the central channel, or however you're doing it. Lord's Prayer pattern. But the issue is, because of the pace, you're really moving the fumes of Kundalini and not really Kundalini. Like, it's like there's a little fire and you're like going with the smoke, and then you go, I stuck my hand in fire, when really you just kind of moved a little smoke, right? That's kind of what happens. And so to do Kundalini proper, you have to go really slow, like really slow. Most people don't have the patience, and their mind wanders because you have to stay focused the whole way, right? And so by going through and cooking the energy like this, it's like it changes your thresholds. It changes your threshold of moving energy from spot to spot, but it will also change like your pleasure threshold, your playing threshold, like thresholds. It changes your thresholds, right? So by going through and doing this, again, in theory, it allows you to take more light into the world and absorb more light from the different situations, because you're breaking away from the fixation of negativity, and you're breaking away from the things that like kind of trigger us. You know, it's like what Heidi was saying. Like, you know, we have these attachments of stories or pieces of information or the whys of what happened, when really that stuff gets in the way of absorbing the light of the situation, right? Or emanating light to the situation. And so we're mechanically doing something that usually happens very fast, but we're slowing it down and we're going piece by piece by piece, so that when you're not thinking about it, it's happening to a much higher degree because we've practiced the pieces. But that ability of being surrounded by light, only good comes to me, only good goes for me, is where we're mechanically stimulating this process, right? And so, yes, it's a form of protection, it's a form of transmutation, it's definitely a creative process, and it is literally like what healing is. You know, healing is the breaking down of something chaotic and moving it or filling it with light, you know, establishing order. However you want to say that in different words, but basically you're breaking down chaos and bringing order to something, right? So be it a disease, a psychological issue, your spiritual development, you're breaking down the primal parts of your physiology, and you're spiritualizing them, which means you're generating a kind of order to something that is very, very chaotic because it's so primal, right? And so even if you don't understand any of what I just said, if you do the processes from today and tomorrow, you're doing everything that we're talking about. You don't have to have it figured out. You don't have to have the intellectual, like, this is doing this. Because the intellect always feels like it needs to make something happen. When you're dealing with intuition, it's all about flows and processes, and you just align yourself and you ride the coattails of something, or you ride the wave of something. You're not trying to make something happen. You're just trying to like ride a rhythm or a wave, right? So.
Go ahead, Teresa.
Hey, Teresa.
Hey, Craig. I'm curious
Uh-huh.
on this process and just some awareness that came to me over the break.
Uh-huh.
And it's associated with maybe a disconnected part in my body. So old trauma, and maybe like a rejection of a part of my body and a disconnect. Would this help?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Even more so, the last process that we do tomorrow, would help even more, but it will still help.
Okay, the last process. So focus.
Yeah, basically doing the 3 brains down.
Got it. Okay, great.
I did that the other night. I was like, I'm going to sit down and I'm going to do this like 10 times. I'm going to do it super, super involved and just take my time. Yeah, I made it to 4.
And did you follow?
Like I was like, I'm going to do the 3 brains down, and I'm just going to see how deep and how good it makes me feel. Yeah. 4. And they're like, what was I doing? I think I need a nap.
Yeah, I didn't even make it to 5. I didn't even make it halfway through. But that's the thing, like when you're dealing with something psychological, like there's a potential that it's agitating, upsetting, you're worked up, you have a story, like Heidi was saying, there might be some story or drama surrounding it. And so it still might be unresolved, it still might be ongoing, you know, the downward motion breaks up all of that, and it strengthens the connection between the mind and the body. And a lot of times when we are exaggerating a health issue, it's because the mind and the body aren't feeling so connected. They're operating almost independently. You know, they're not disconnected, but they just like, yeah, I don't know about the body's going, I don't know about the mind. I don't think it knows what it's doing. I'm going to do this instead. Right. And the body's like, or the mind's like, you know, if the body would only listen, you know, it's back and forth. So we can do that to ourselves and the body, but we can also do that in situations. Like we can create situations or create problems and situations because of the disconnect between the body and the mind. And so if you think about like some of the things where we go, okay, check in with the situation. How's it feel in your body? What about that situation? How does it feel in the body? What about this? How does it feel in the body? Part of what you're doing is, for one, you're stimulating intuitive intelligence, being able to observe the things in your body, but you're making a connection between the external situations in your mind, but also the mind and the body. Every time you come back to the body and you're observing it, you're connecting the mind-body connection, and it's like properly aligned, like they're on the same page. The more and more you do it, the more it's on the same page. So you'll even start to realize like, I'm starting to have an odd thought in my head. You feel it in the body, and your body is like, don't do that. Like, you know, like start coughing, or starts like some old weird thing happens, and then you change your thought process and it goes away. It's like the body will tell you, don't do that. Like, stop it, knock it off. And it will even start to happen in the external situations. Because like, I think I talked about this like about a month ago or something in one of the classes, is that sometimes when we have something good coming our way, or like a deeper spiritual experience, there's part of us that sometimes will cause a situation to not let it happen. Like we'll have that same mechanism, but it's like it's very unconscious, but there's still on some level some awareness that it's coming, and we'll do things to kind of sabotage it or don't allow it to come to fruition. And so this process that we go through, and we're going, okay, check out the external situation, feel it in your body. What about this? Feel it in your body. How about that situation? Feel it in the body. Good or bad? You're checking it out, you're feeling it in the body, and then you feel it in the spine, and then you keep doing those things. It unwinds those mechanisms of us to cause problems in our body, in the external situations, but also when the good things are coming our way, it keeps us from stopping it. Because like if there's part of you that doesn't feel good about it, or even more so, like you're not wanting to make changes in your life to accommodate some big new thing coming in, which I've been there a couple of times, and it sounds like that's ridiculous, but when you're in the middle of it, it can be very difficult. It's letting go of something good for something potentially that's going to be better. It sounds great on paper, but really super easy to let go of something that sucks. Something that has been working for you, and you go, okay, it's working for me. Let's just let it go. So something potentially better might come in. It's like, that's just crazy talk. Like, that is ridiculous. Why would I do that? They give up something that is working, that I like, and
sometimes when something new or bigger and better is coming our way, we kind of go into that mode. Why would I let go of this? Why would I let go of that? I can think of like very critical things that were really big improvements in my life. Every step of the way, I complained about it, like as it came in. Every step of the way. It's super embarrassing to admit. I can admit it. Every step of the way, I kicked and screamed and complained every step of the way. You know, afterwards, I was like, "This is amazing," but on the way to it, I wish I could say that I was wise and had great insight, but no. Like, you know, my life improved without my participation. You know, it's like it just, you know, as I've gotten older, like I recognize it now. But when I was younger, left to my own devices, I'd be a miserable mess. Seriously. You know, luckily, I don't know. For me, when I was younger, when good things were happening, I've even said this after something's happened where I've like fallen or something, injured myself. It was always, I would have some sort of accident right before something good would happen. And so now when something bad happens, I'll go, oh, great, something good is about to happen. It sucks that it has to be that way, but you know, now it doesn't happen like it used to, but it still happens sometimes. You know, just I know sabotage or need to punish oneself, you know, whatever you want to call it. We all have that potential, and sometimes it's either that we're not wanting to change, or we don't think we're worthy, or that it's just new and scary. Who knows what it is? I mean, it's usually not conscious. You know, it's very, very unconscious.
Yes. I can relate actually. So thank you for sharing very much.
Yeah.
And then there was one more question in logistical. Do we do this process 4 to 7 times for each issue we work on?
I would say yes, but you know, if you find relief otherwise, but usually I target one thing at a time. You know, you might do it a couple of times for one and then a couple of times for another, but usually when you're wanting to go deep on a particular thing, you know, here we're talking it through, but usually in about 15-20 minutes, you can go through 4 or 5 times. Yeah. So, okay, so we're gonna do this now without I think everybody's kind of got down what it is. And so I know it's a little technical and a little weird, but the more you do it, the easier it will get. But we're gonna go through and do it again. So think of something that you like to have healing on. Okay, and then let it go. Move your awareness to the back heart. Your awareness is on the back heart, and start taking long, slow, deep breaths. And then down to your navel. An inch and a half below your navel. You're shooting it back to the low back area. Let your awareness linger there for a moment. Load it around the sides. Your awareness is back on your navel. And then the crown. Awareness is on the crown. Just let go. Let go of everything. Your eyes are closed. Just be still. Just be still. Your awareness is on the back heart between the shoulder blades. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The navel. Your awareness is on the navel. Down 1.5 inches. Shoot it to the back side, the low back area. You're floating it around to the front side, coming all the way around the body back to the navel. Your awareness is on your crown. And then just be still. Okay, another cycle. Awareness on the back heart. The awareness is on your back heart. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Down to your navel. An inch and a half below your navel. Now shoot it to the backside. Float it around your sides, coming back to the navel. Your awareness is on the navel. And then your crown. Your awareness is on your crown. And then just let it go. And then just be still. Just let it go. Just be still. Just be still. Let's try that again. Back heart, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Down to your navel. An inch and a half below your navel. Inch and a half below your navel. Shoot it back to the low back area. float it around the sides. You've shot it back to the low back. Start to float it around the sides. You're at your navel again. And then up to your crown. Pause and be still. Just let it all go. Your eyes are closed. You're going to just sit and be still for a moment. Let go of the inhalation. Just be still. One more cycle. Your awareness is between your shoulder blades, the back heart. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. down to the navel. An inch and a half below your navel. Shift back to the main bend, the low back area. Floating it around the sides to the front. And then back to the crown, the top of the head. And then just be still. Let everything go. You like that. Check in with whatever you're treating, be it your body, some emotional thing, something external, active situation, past experience. What do you notice? Usually when I do this myself, I notice that I don't notice anything. So this could be for physical healing, psychological healing, situational healing, healing past traumas or past events, or potentially dealing with something that you're trying to get done. Like, okay, I have this project. I need to move, this pile of bricks from one side of the house to the other side of the house. Ugh. You start doing it, and it starts to become easier and easier to take action. So anybody want to share experiences or ask questions or?
Someone had a question. If we want to use this Moses technique for health issue, can we just do it every day without always doing what we did earlier?
Yeah. I mean, each piece of this can stand on its own, and so this could easily stand on its own. It's just that it's also in the process for 3 brains, but you could use this for healing issues however you want. Yeah, be it physical, psychological, easily something you could do daily. Easily. Yeah. Long time ago, I did it daily for a while, not even as involved as this. And life was just good back then. Like even when something difficult would happen, I'd just be like, eh, like I was just always just rolling with the punches and like kind of in a good place. And why I stopped, I had no idea. But yeah, it was several years ago.
And go ahead, Dan.
Hey, Dan.
Hey, that's real. I was physically, my body was so tired, but my legs were like, there was energy in my legs. It's like they were movement, or it felt like they were, I don't even know, like maybe they were congested or what, but they were like moving around even though I was like really tired. I mean, as I was working that is.
So part of what this does is, it cleans the energy body up, cleans the chakras up, very cleansing to the basic, but it also cleans the legs, the feet, and even below the feet.
Okay.
And so that you are feeling stuff in your legs, not unusual.
Oh,
Yeah.
Interesting. When you mentioned that, I just did, because before, the class that I did the, kind of move around what we do for before Twin Hearts and stuff like that, sitting down with the legs, and they felt a little congested. I'm doing it now, like moving the toes or the feet in circles and stuff like that. It's actually gone. The congestion feels gone.
Yeah. It's very, very
Oh.
cleansing to the legs and feet and below the feet. Very,
Wow. So that's where that was going or coming out. Oh, wow. Tremendous. Thank you.
Yeah, very good.
Cool.
That's a good
Thank you.
experience. Yeah.
Yeah, really. Thanks, man.
Wowza. What body? What mind?
I know.
What situation?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Another enlightening, spectacular day. My deepest gratitude.
My pleasure.
It has improved my life in ways I could never have imagined.
Yeah. And think about like this, like you can do this technique though, even if we just did the thing we just did, like letter D, right? With the hyssop or the sage. And regardless of what the condition is, be it physical, psychological, the environment, the past, whatever, the future. One oil, or you can use the same oil over and over again, some form of hyssop, some form of sage. You do it and it's the same process. You just change what you tap into, but it just flushes things out of the chakras. And so, when you reflect, you're bringing it up to the surface of the chakra and then you're flushing things out, right? And so this could be used by itself. This could be used to augment other treatments. But if you're not sure, like, I don't know what to do for this particular condition, man, break out your hyssop and sage, do this practice. Like, it will do something. Even if you don't know what to do, or, you might have been able to do something a little more efficient, this still gets the ball rolling in such a big way.
Why don't we use Moses blend for this Moses technique?
Moses blend, it does some slightly different because of the add-on of cedar, and I'm trying to keep this very clear and to the point. Sometimes when we've done other things, we weren't being as specific, but for here, we would work the cedar into another component.
Go ahead, Peggy.
Hey, Peggy.
Okay, so this was just so, oh my God, because I spent the morning working on finishing up a relationship and a business thing and forgiveness, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this afternoon, when you said, I want you to think of a person or an issue or this or that, I switched over to the issue that you and I had worked with, right, Greg? Well, in the middle of doing that, the first time we did it, I did it the first time around. And the second time I started to do it, I got a call from somebody that is going to blow our new business to the stratosphere almost instantly.
Oh, good.
It's like, whoa. Apparently, I needed to let that one go that I worked on all morning. And I got it down to, the work we did this morning took the emotion out of the whole thing.
Oh, good.
And then it was like, that was what I needed to open the universe. So thank you.
You're so
all. I'll keep you posted.
Okay.
Hey.
And go ahead, Sonia.
Hey, Sonia.
Yeah, like I keep getting pain in my heart chakra and it feels stuffed, and I'm wondering if I have cords in it again or what.
Yeah, your front heart, like the cords need to be cleaned. Like, do their cords or the ironbark eucalyptus, and think of the usual suspects. It's family.
Yeah, well, we're going to court just shortly.
Yeah, that's probably why.
Mm.
And do you remember the shielding stuff from last weekend and the study group? Do that, do that every day.
The shielding for last weekend.
Yeah, remember at the very end of the day? Go to the study group from Wednesday night. Just do that.
Oh, I didn't get to go because I attend because of the lawyers, but I asked for the recording.
Okay, then I'm sure it's coming your way or has already been sent to you. Oh, Samantha says it's going to be coming your way very shortly.
Okay, when it fills up, stuff won't go in it, or it's weird.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Yeah.
And then go ahead, Uwe.
Hey, Uwe.
So here I am again, sharing and asking a little bit of for clarity. So during the process, I was aware like a burning sensation on the back heart. And now it's a little bit far away, and it's indeed what situation would this if I reflect on the situation I was working on. And during the session, I also was aware of like feeling a little bit of oblique. I don't know if I said it right, but something like that.
What word did you use?
I think oblique.
Yes, oblique, like more on the upper left side, right? Like not in a straight lines kind of thing. That was the feeling I was getting.
I don't know that I understand. Hopefully. Give me just a sec here.
So like in Dutch, it means schuin. I don't know whoever speak Dutch over there, but yeah, I kind of like translated what it means in English, and I came on the word oblique.
So like at an angle, is that what you're saying?
Yes, like an angle more on the left side. Like my spine was like straight, bottoms down, and then going to the crown, it like turned to the left side a bit.
Like you do what?
Like it turned to the left side a little bit. Like
That's some block. Okay, now I understand what you're saying. That's some blockages up in the crown. Like the thing that happens is like sometimes there'll be like a blockage in a spot, and it looks like the crown chakra like kind of moves, but it's actually just like it expanded except for that spot. So it looks like it goes like this. I know exactly what you're talking about now. Yeah. Yeah, so that means, between that burning in the back part and then that means you were processing through something quite substantial.
Okay, so much thanks for understanding.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, the very first time that I ever came across that, the person said, my crown chakra is crooked. And I was like, wait, what? And like at first I was like, that can't happen. But then I looked at it and it did look crooked. And I was like, wow, can the crown chakra do that? Like, and then I started palpating around. And so I've seen that actually a few times. And it looks like your energy body goes up and then goes like that. But it's just a blockage in that spot where, like, when it goes like this, the blockage is over here. Yeah.
Thanks. Sounds like it's important to identify what you want to work on.
It can be. If you just do it, it has a cleansing effect on the chakras. If you have something physical, you can go, oh, my shoulder, oh, my back, or whatever it is. But if you're trying to target something and you're wanting to heal it, like this is a good way to target it and then move on. If you don't have anything that you're working on, then you can always visit something in the past, or you can just sit. I mean, one of the things that I used to do is I would sit and do mantra for a while, with my mala. I'd sit and do my mantras, and then I'd do this, and then I'd do my mantras, and I'd do this, and it would blast me out of the atmosphere.
And then a couple people are asking, why did we repeat only one? Why didn't we repeat number 1, the front heart, on repeated cycles?
After you've done it a few times, I think you're good. Yeah. You can if you want. After a couple of times, you're good.
It took the edge off the spasm in my shoulder blade. Still pretty deep blockage, it feels like.
In the shoulder blade?
That's what they said. Yeah, shoulder blade.
Why don't you try on the shoulder blade putting a little sage or helichrysum? I know marjoram or something like that would be normal, but I think there needs to be a little bit of a breakup of a trigger point and re-education of the nerve in that area.
Great shares today, guys.
Okay, you guys. Well, thanks for having a great day with us, and we're going to be doing an even deeper dive tomorrow and playing with like the more advanced aspects of the three brains, and we're going to use it and do the experiment so that when you walk away, you kind of know, not just because of intellectual information, but like I've had these experiences, I can use this process to do these things so I can problem solve the different things that might arise. And so, yeah, it should be fun. So 10 a.m. tomorrow Central Time, and we'll get rolling again. Take care.